Look at a map of Europe, and Spain sits at the edge, a peninsula reaching toward Africa, separated from the rest of the continent by the imposing wall of the Pyrenees Mountains. This geography is more than coincidence. It's a clue to understanding why Spain's story unfolds so differently from its European neighbors. While the rest of Europe was shaped by Romans, Germans, and Franks, Spain became something else entirely, a place where three continents met, where three religions coexisted and clashed, where East and West created something that belonged fully to neither. Tonight, we'll trace Spain's journey from its earliest inhabitants to the nation we know today. We'll discover why this land at Europe's edge became a crossroads of civilizations, and how that unique position created a culture unlike anywhere else on the continent. Let us begin at the very beginning, in the caves and valleys where Spain's story first emerged from the mists of prehistory. The land before Spain. Long before there was a Spain, before there were kingdoms or borders, there were people in this land. And they left behind something extraordinary. The cave of Altamira in northern Spain contains some of the finest examples of Paleolithic cave art in the world, created between 36,000 and 13,000 years ago. When these paintings were discovered in 1879 by amateur archaeologist Marcelino Sanz de Sacciuola and his young daughter Maria, they were so sophisticated, depicting bison, horses, and deer with remarkable anatomical accuracy and artistic technique, that many scholars initially refused to believe they were genuine prehistoric art. The creatures seemed to move across the cave ceiling, their bodies utilizing the natural contours of the rock to create three-dimensional effects that wouldn't be seen again in art for thousands of years. These weren't primitive scrawls. These were the works of accomplished artists who understood perspective, shading, and composition. The people who created them were sophisticated observers of the natural world, and they lived in the Iberian Peninsula, the ancient name for the landmass containing modern Spain and Portugal, during the last ice age. Imagine entering that cave for the first time, torch in hand, and seeing those magnificent animals emerge from the shadows on the ceiling above you. The artists who painted them used natural pigments, iron oxide for reds, charcoal for blacks, ochre for yellows, and applied them with remarkable skill, sometimes blowing pigment through hollow bones to create spray paint effects, sometimes using their fingers or primitive brushes made from animal hair. But they were not the only early inhabitants to leave their mark. Around 3000 BCE, during the Copper Age, the people of southeastern Spain developed one of Europe's earliest complex civilizations, the Los Millars culture, centered near modern-day Almeria. They built fortified settlements with sophisticated defensive walls featuring multiple concentric rings of stone fortifications, stone towers at strategic points, and a massive necropolis containing over 100 elaborate collective tombs called tholos tombs, circular chambers covered by corbelled stone domes. Archaeological evidence shows they were skilled metallurgists who worked copper, creating tools, weapons, and ornaments, and traded with communities across the Mediterranean. Their society showed signs of social stratification, organized religion, and specialized crafts thousands of years before Rome existed. The Los Millars people weren't isolated villagers. They were part of a wider Mediterranean network of cultures developing agriculture, metalworking, and complex social organization. This is crucial to understanding Spain's story. The Iberian Peninsula was never isolated. Its position, jutting into the Mediterranean, facing Africa across the narrow Strait of Gibraltar, made it a natural meeting point for peoples and ideas flowing between continents. And this is where Spain's unique story truly begins, not in isolation, but in connection. Around 1100 BCE, Phoenician traders from the eastern Mediterranean, from cities like Tyre and Sidon in modern-day Lebanon, established a colony called Gadir on Spain's southern coast. This settlement, known today as Cadiz, is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Western Europe, founded roughly 3,100 years ago according to ancient sources, though archaeological evidence confirms continuous occupation from at least 800 BCE. The Phoenicians came seeking Spain's legendary mineral wealth, silver from the mines of the Rio Tinto region, copper from Huelva, tin needed for bronze making, and gold. They established trading posts along the coast, Malacca, Malaga, Sexy, Almunkar, Abdera, Adra, bringing with them their alphabet, which would influence later Iberian scripts, their advanced shipbuilding techniques, the art of fish salting and garum production, and their commercial networks that stretched from the Atlantic to the Near East. Think about what this means. While much of Northern Europe was still in the Bronze Age, still organized in tribal societies, southern Spain was already part of a Mediterranean-wide trading network. Ships from the eastern Mediterranean were arriving regularly, bringing goods, ideas, and cultural influences that would never reach Britain, Scandinavia, or Germany for centuries. This pattern, Spain connected to the Mediterranean world while the rest of Europe remained more isolated, would repeat throughout history. The Phoenicians were followed by others who recognized Spain's strategic and economic importance. The Greeks established colonies along Spain's eastern coast starting around 600 BCE, including Emporion, modern Empúries, in Catalonia and Rhode, modern Roses. Through these colonies, Greek culture, art, philosophy, and political ideas flowed into the peninsula. Greek pottery, wine, olive oil, and luxury goods were traded for Spanish metals and raw materials. Meanwhile, indigenous Iberian peoples were developing their own sophisticated cultures, creating their own scripts, the Iberian script, still not fully deciphered today, minting their own coins with Iberian legends, building fortified hilltop settlements called oppida, or castros, and establishing complex tribal kingdoms with their own artistic traditions, including distinctive sculpture like the famous Lady of Elche, a limestone bust showing both Iberian and Greek artistic influences. The indigenous peoples weren't passive recipients of foreign influence, they were active participants in a cultural exchange, adopting what was useful, like Greek pottery techniques and coinage, while maintaining their own distinct identities and social structures. And then came the Carthaginians. After Phoenicia fell under Persian control in the 6th century BCE, their greatest colony, Carthage, located in what is now Tunisia in North Africa, rose to dominance in the western Mediterranean. And Carthage looked at Spain and saw not just wealth, but strategic position. In 237 BCE, the Carthaginian general Hamilcar Barca, father of the famous Hannibal, led an expedition to conquer southern and eastern Spain, establishing what historians call the Barcid Empire in Iberia. The Carthaginians established their Iberian capital at Carthago Nova, modern Cartagena, meaning New Carthage, built on a magnificent natural harbor. They began systematically exploiting Spain's silver mines, particularly the rich deposits at Carthago Nova itself, to fund their growing conflict with Rome. Spain became Carthage's primary source of wealth and military manpower. Iberian warriors, renowned for their skill and ferocity, formed crucial contingents in Carthaginian armies. It was from Spain that Hannibal launched his legendary invasion of Italy in 218 BCE, crossing the Alps with his war elephants and nearly bringing Rome to its knees. This Carthaginian presence drew Rome's attention to the peninsula, and Rome, once interested in a territory, rarely let go. The Second Punic War between Rome and Carthage, 218 to 201 BCE, was fought partly in Spain. Roman forces under Scipio Africanus landed in Spain in 210 BCE and systematically conquered Carthaginian territories, capturing Carthago Nova in a brilliant assault in 209 BCE. When Rome defeated Carthage in 201 BCE, they didn't just expel the Carthaginians from Spain, they decided to conquer it for themselves. But the Roman conquest of Hispania, as they called it, would take nearly 200 years to complete, far longer than their conquest of Gaul, France, which took Julius Caesar less than a decade, or Britain. The indigenous Iberian and Celtic tribes, particularly the Lusitanians in the west under their leader Viriathus, and the Celtiberians in the interior, fought fiercely against Roman rule. The city of Numancia in north-central Spain held out against Roman siege for years, withstanding attacks by armies numbering tens of thousands. When it finally fell in 133 BCE after a prolonged siege by Scipio Aemilianus, its defenders chose mass suicide over surrender, a story that would echo through Spanish history as a symbol of fierce independence and resistance to foreign domination. Why did it take Rome 2 centuries to conquer Spain when they subdued other territories much more quickly? The answer lies in geography and culture. Spain's interior is dominated by mountains and high plateaus, the Meseta Central, that made military campaigns difficult and allowed resistant tribes to retreat to defensible positions in countless valleys and mountain ranges. The peninsula's sheer size, it's almost as large as France, meant there was always another valley, another tribe, another mountain range for Rome to pacify. The diversity of peoples, each with their own languages, traditions, and political structures, meant there was no single capital to capture, no single king to defeat. And perhaps most importantly, the indigenous peoples of Spain had a cultural tradition of fierce independence, of preferring death to subjugation, that Rome encountered nowhere else with quite the same intensity. Once fully incorporated into the Roman Empire by around 19 BCE, when Augustus finally subdued the Cantabrians and Asturians in the north, Hispania became one of Rome's most important and prosperous provinces. Spain was divided into 3 provinces, Hispania Tarraconensis in the north and east, Hispania Boeotica in the south, and Hispania Lusitania in the west. Spain provided Rome with gold from the mines of Las Medulas, where Romans moved entire mountains using hydraulic mining techniques, silver, copper, lead, olive oil. Spanish olive oil supplied much of the empire, wine, grain, wheat from the Guadalquivir Valley, and garum, a fermented fish sauce made from anchovies and mackerel that was the ketchup of the ancient world, produced in massive factories along Spain's coast and exported throughout the empire in amphorae. More importantly, Hispania produced emperors. Trajan, ruled 98 to 117 CE, the first non-Italian emperor, was born near modern Seville. Hadrian, 117 to 138 CE, builder of Hadrian's Wall, was also from the same region, and Marcus Aurelius, 161 to 180 CE, the philosopher-emperor, had deep Spanish family connections. The philosopher Seneca, one of Rome's greatest thinkers, was from Córdoba. The poet Martial, whose epigrams give us vivid glimpses of Roman daily life, was from Bilbailis in Spain. Spain wasn't a backwater province, it was integral to Rome's economy, culture, and political life. The Romans built roads. The Via Augusta ran the length of Spain's Mediterranean coast, connecting the Pyrenees to Cadiz, aqueducts like the magnificent one still standing at Segovia, with its 167 arches and 28-meter height, built without mortar, theaters like the one at Merida that seated 6,000, forums, temples, and baths in every major city. They brought their language, Latin, which would evolve into Spanish, Catalan, Galician, and Portuguese, their laws, codified in texts that would influence European legal systems for millennia, their architecture with its arches and domes, and their urban planning with its grid patterns and public spaces. Cities like Emerita Augusta, Merida, the capital of Lusitania, Tarraco, Tarragona, capital of Tarraconensis, and Hispalis, Seville, capital of Baetica, became thriving urban centers with all the amenities of Roman civilization: running water, public baths, amphitheaters, libraries, schools. For over 500 years, Spain was Roman. Generations upon generations of people lived and died knowing only Roman rule, speaking Latin, worshipping Roman gods, and later, after the 4th century, practicing Christianity, which had become Rome's official religion in 380 CE under Emperor Theodosius I, who, incidentally, was also Spanish. Spain had become thoroughly Romanized, perhaps more so than any other province except Italy itself. The Latin spoken in Spain was pure and elegant. Quintilian, from Calahorra, became Rome's greatest teacher of rhetoric. The infrastructure, the cities, the culture, all were deeply Roman. And then, in the 5th century CE, everything changed. In 409 CE, as the Roman Empire weakened under pressure from barbarian invasions and internal decay, Germanic tribes, the Vandals, Suevi, and Alans, crossed the Pyrenees into Spain in a wave of migration. These were not organized military invasions but rather migrations of entire peoples, men, women, children, and their possessions, fleeing the westward push of the Huns from Central Asia. Rome could no longer defend its provinces adequately. The Western Roman Empire was collapsing. The Vandals, who gave their name to vandalism, swept through Spain, causing considerable destruction, before crossing the Strait of Gibraltar to North Africa in 429, where they established a kingdom that would eventually sack Rome itself in 455. Some historians suggest the name Andalusia comes from Vandalusia, land of the Vandals, though this etymology is debated. The Suevi established a kingdom in the northwest, in Galicia, that would last over 170 years. And then, in 466 CE, another Germanic tribe arrived, the Visigoths. Fact 9. The Visigoths, who had already sacked Rome itself in 410 CE under their king Alaric, established a kingdom centered first in southern Gaul, France, with its capital at Tolosa, Toulouse, and then, after being pushed out by the Franks following their defeat at the Battle of Real in 507, established their kingdom in Spain with its capital at Toledo. By 584 CE, under King Leovigild, they had conquered most of the Iberian Peninsula, eliminating the Suevic kingdom. The Visigothic kingdom of Hispania would last for nearly 300 years, from the late 5th century until 711 CE. During this period, the Visigoths underwent significant changes. They adopted Latin as their administrative and literary language, abandoning their Gothic tongue. They converted from Arian Christianity, which denied the full divinity of Christ, to Catholic Christianity in 589 CE under King Reccared, bringing them into alignment with the Roman Hispanic population they ruled. And they gradually merged with the much larger Roman-descended population through intermarriage and cultural exchange. Though they remained the ruling military elite, a Germanic warrior aristocracy of perhaps only 200,000 people governing a Roman Hispanic population of 4 to 5 million. This Visigothic period is often overlooked in popular histories, but it's crucial to understanding Spain's trajectory. While the Franks were unifying what would become France under Clovis and his Merovingian dynasty, while Anglo-Saxons were settling Britain and pushing the Celtic Britons to the margins, while Italy was being fought over by various Germanic tribes and the Byzantine Empire, Spain was under Visigothic rule, connected to the Germanic tribal kingdoms of post-Roman Europe, yet distinct from them because of its deeper Roman heritage, its geographic isolation beyond the Pyrenees, and its continued connection to Mediterranean culture. The Visigothic kingdom developed its own character. It produced significant legal codes, particularly the Liber Iudiciorum, Book of Judges, promulgated by King Rexwinth in 654, which applied to both Goths and Romans equally, an early form of territorial rather than personal law. Visigothic art, particularly metalwork and jewelry, showed sophisticated craftsmanship. The kingdom maintained diplomatic relations with the Byzantine Empire, which controlled parts of southeastern Spain until the late 620s, and with the Frankish kingdoms to the north. But the kingdom was also unstable, marked by succession crises. The monarchy was elective rather than strictly hereditary, which meant every royal death could trigger a succession struggle among the nobility, civil wars between noble factions, religious conflicts between Catholics and the remaining Arians, and tension between the Gothic military aristocracy and the Roman Hispanic majority. The Jewish population, which had flourished under Roman rule, faced increasing persecution under Visigothic kings, particularly after the Catholic conversion, with laws restricting their rights and forced conversion attempts. And in 711 CE, in the midst of just such a succession crisis, ships appeared across the Strait of Gibraltar. Ships carrying an army that would change Spain forever, and set it on a path completely different from the rest of Europe. Rome had made Spain European, built in its cities, Latin in its language, Christian in its religion. The Visigoths had kept it tenuously connected to the Germanic kingdoms of post-Roman Europe, creating a synthesis of Germanic military culture and Roman Hispanic civilization. But what came next would sever Spain from the European mainstream for nearly 800 years, creating a civilization unlike anything else on the continent, a place where mosques stood beside cathedrals, where Arabic and Hebrew flowed alongside Latin and early Romance languages, where the learning of the ancient world was preserved and expanded while much of Europe struggled through its darkest centuries. The ships crossing from Africa in 711 carried more than an army. They carried a different religion, a different culture, a different vision of what civilization could be. And Spain would never be the same. The year is 711 CE. A Visigothic king has just died, and rival factions are battling for the throne. King Roderick, who had seized power in a coup, faces challenges from nobles loyal to the sons of the previous king. The kingdom is fractured, weakened by internal strife. Into this chaos, a Berber general named Tariq ibn Ziyad crosses the Strait of Gibraltar with an army of approximately 7,000 men, mostly Berbers from North Africa, with some Arabs as commanders and cavalry. They are sent by Musa ibn Nusayr, the Umayyad governor of North Africa, possibly at the invitation of one of the Visigothic factions seeking allies in the civil war. The rock where Tariq lands will bear his name forever, Jabal Tariq, the mountain of Tariq, which becomes Gibraltar. What happens next will seem almost impossible. In less than a decade, nearly the entire Iberian Peninsula will fall under Muslim control. And for the next 781 years, until 1492, parts of Spain will remain under Islamic rule, creating a civilization that was simultaneously European, African, and Middle Eastern. A civilization that preserved Greek philosophy when Europe had forgotten it, that advanced mathematics and medicine while much of the continent struggled with basic literacy, that built monuments of breathtaking beauty that still stand today. This is the period that makes Spain's history so profoundly different from the rest of Europe. This is Al-Andalus. The other Europe. By 718 CE, just 7 years after the initial invasion, Muslim forces controlled approximately 80% of the Iberian Peninsula. The Visigothic kingdom, which had ruled for nearly 300 years, collapsed with stunning speed. King Roderick died in battle at the Battle of Guadalete in July 711, his forces routed by Tariq's army. Without a clear successor or unified resistance, the Visigothic nobility either fled to the northern mountains, were killed, or made peace with the conquerors through treaties of capitulation. Major cities, Toledo, the Visigothic capital, fell by 712, Córdoba, Seville, and Mérida surrendered with negotiated terms, fell one after another, often without prolonged sieges. By 714, Musa ibn Nusayr had joined Tariq with reinforcements, and together they had subdued most of the peninsula. Only in the far northern mountains of Asturias, Cantabria, and the Pyrenees did small pockets of Christian resistance manage to survive, establishing tiny, precarious kingdoms that would later claim to be the continuation of Visigothic Spain. Why did the conquest happen so quickly? The Visigothic kingdom was already weak, divided by the civil war and succession disputes. Some historians suggest that certain factions may have invited Muslim forces to intervene, not realizing they were opening the door to permanent conquest. The Jewish population, which had been severely persecuted under Visigothic rule, facing forced conversions, property confiscation, and even enslavement of their children, may have welcomed or at least didn't resist the invaders, sometimes even helping to garrison conquered cities. And the Muslim forces offered relatively generous terms to cities that surrendered peacefully. Christian and Jewish inhabitants could keep their faith, their property, and local governance in exchange for paying a special tax called jizya. For many in the lower classes who had been oppressed by Visigothic nobles, the change of rulers may not have seemed particularly significant. But this wasn't simply a military conquest. It was the beginning of a complex, sophisticated civilization that would transform the peninsula. In 756 CE, a remarkable figure arrived in Spain who would change its destiny. Abd al-Rahman I, a prince of the Umayyad dynasty, had escaped the massacre of his family in Damascus when the Abbasids overthrew the Umayyad Caliphate in 750. He fled across North Africa, eventually reaching Spain where he saw an opportunity. Landing near Al-Munkar, he rallied support from Syrian Arab soldiers stationed in Andalusia and, within a year, had defeated the existing governor and established himself as the independent emir of Córdoba. This was a crucial moment. Islamic Spain was no longer just a remote province of the Caliphate in Damascus or Baghdad, it was its own political entity, ruled by the last survivor of the Umayyad dynasty. Abd al-Rahman I, known as the Immigrant or the Falcon of the Quraysh, began consolidating power, suppressing revolts, and transforming Córdoba into a political and cultural center. He began the construction of the Great Mosque of Córdoba in 785, transforming what had been a Visigothic church into what would become one of the architectural wonders of the medieval world, a building that would eventually contain 856 columns of jasper, marble, and granite, creating a forest of horseshoe arches and alternating red brick and white stone that seemed to extend infinitely. Over the following centuries, Córdoba would become something extraordinary, arguably the most advanced city in Western Europe, rivaling Baghdad and Constantinople. By the 10th century, under Abd al-Rahman III, who ruled from 912 to 961 CE and declared himself caliph in 929, claiming spiritual leadership independent from Baghdad, Córdoba had grown to a population of approximately 500,000 people, making it the largest city in Western Europe and one of the largest in the world at that time, rivaled only by Baghdad, Constantinople, and the Chinese capitals. For comparison, Paris had perhaps 25,000 people, London fewer than 20,000, Rome had shrunk to around 35,000. Córdoba had paved streets illuminated at night by oil lamps, a remarkable feature when most European cities were dark, muddy labyrinths after sunset, running water supplied by aqueducts and an elaborate system of pipes and fountains, over 300 public baths, compared to none in most Christian European cities, numerous public libraries containing hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. The Royal Library alone reportedly held 400,000 volumes, and over 300 mosques serving the spiritual needs of its diverse population. The Great Mosque of Córdoba, expanded multiple times, could accommodate 40,000 worshippers. The city was a center of learning, with scholars studying mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, and poetry. It had paper-making workshops. Paper technology had come from China via the Muslim world, while Christian Europe still relied primarily on expensive parchment. The Caliph's Palace Complex, Madin at al-Zahra, built just outside Córdoba starting in 936, was a city unto itself, with elaborate gardens, pools, administrative buildings, and reception halls decorated with intricate stucco work and precious materials brought from across the known world. Imagine this, while much of Christian Europe was still recovering from the collapse of Roman infrastructure, while cities had shrunk to small towns, while literacy was largely confined to monasteries and a tiny elite, Córdoba was a thriving cosmopolitan metropolis with a literate merchant class, public education, advanced sanitation, and a cultural life that drew scholars, poets, merchants, and travelers from across the known world. This wasn't primitive or backward. This was one of the most sophisticated urban civilizations of the medieval world, and it was in Spain. But Al-Andalus was more than just Córdoba. It represented something even more unusual for medieval Europe, a multi-religious society. Al-Andalus developed what historians call the convivencia, a Spanish word meaning living together, or coexistence, referring to the period when Muslims, Christians, and Jews coexisted with varying degrees of peace and mutual cultural influence. While this period shouldn't be romanticized, there were definitely hierarchies, legal restrictions, social tensions, and periodic outbreaks of persecution. It was nonetheless remarkable for its time. Christians and Jews were classified as people of the book, al-Kitab, protected religious minorities called dhimmi under Islamic law. They were allowed to practice their religions, maintain their own houses of worship, administer their own communities with their own religious courts for personal matters like marriage and inheritance, and contribute to society as merchants, artisans, physicians, translators, and even occasionally as administrators. They paid higher taxes than Muslims, the jizya, poll tax, and often higher rates on land taxes, and faced certain restrictions. They couldn't build new churches or synagogues without permission, couldn't proselytize, had to dress distinctively, and couldn't hold authority over Muslims. Yet within these constraints, both communities often flourished. Jewish culture in particular experienced a golden age under Muslim rule, producing philosophers like Moses Maimonides, born in Córdoba in 1135, whose work synthesized Jewish theology with Aristotelian philosophy, poets like Judah Halevi and Solomon ibn Gabirol, who wrote both in Hebrew and Arabic, scholars who translated Arabic scientific and philosophical works into Hebrew and Latin, and a sophisticated intellectual culture that produced some of the finest Hebrew poetry, philosophy, and biblical commentary ever written. This stands in stark contrast to the rest of medieval Europe, where religious uniformity was increasingly enforced by both church and state, where Jews faced periodic persecution, forced conversions, expulsions, and violent pogroms, where heresy was punished by death, where the very idea of tolerating religious difference was seen as dangerous to social order and salvation. In Al-Andalus, you might find a Muslim ruler employing a Jewish physician, like Hasdai ibn Shaprat, who served Abd al-Rahman III as both physician and diplomat, and Christian translators, all working together in a court where Arabic, Hebrew, Latin, and Romance languages mixed freely, where scholars debated theology and philosophy across religious lines, where knowledge mattered more than faith in determining intellectual merit. The intellectual achievements of Al-Andalus were equally remarkable and would have profound effects far beyond Spain. Islamic Spain became the primary conduit through which ancient Greek philosophy, science, and medicine, preserved and expanded upon by Islamic scholars, returned to Christian Europe, sparking the intellectual revival that would eventually lead to the Renaissance. The works of Aristotle, which had been largely lost to Western Europe after Rome's fall, survived in Arabic translations made in Baghdad and other centers of Islamic learning. In Spain, particularly in cities like Toledo after it was conquered by Christians in 1085, these Arabic texts were translated back into Latin by teams of translators working in collaborative arrangements. A Jew or Arabiized Christian, Mozarab, would translate from Arabic to the vernacular Romance language, and then a Christian scholar would render it into Latin. Scholars from across Europe traveled to Spain to access this knowledge. Figures like Gerard of Cremona, who spent much of his life in Toledo in the 12th century and translated over 87 works from Arabic to Latin, including Ptolemy's Almagest on astronomy, Euclid's Elements, works of Galen on medicine, Al-Khwarizmi's algebra. The word algebra itself comes from Arabic al-jabr, and many of Aristotle's philosophical works with commentaries by Islamic philosophers like Ibn Rushd, Averroes, Michael Scott, Adelard of Bath, Hermann of Carinthia, and many others came to Spain to learn and translate. Through these translation efforts, Christian Europe regained access to Greek learning and encountered new Islamic contributions, Arabic numerals, actually from India but transmitted through the Islamic world, the concept of zero, advanced algebra, sophisticated astronomical observations and instruments, medical knowledge far superior to contemporary European medicine, and philosophical works that challenged and enriched Christian theology. Without Islamic Spain, the European Renaissance might not have happened, or at least would have been delayed by centuries. The knowledge that European scholars like Thomas Aquinas, Roger Bacon, and later Renaissance thinkers used to rebuild their intellectual traditions came largely through Spain, where Islamic, Jewish, and Christian scholars worked in a unique environment of knowledge exchange. But Al-Andalus was not a unified, stable entity throughout its history. Its political fragmentation would both weaken and paradoxically enrich it. In 1031, after years of civil war called the Fitna, the Caliphate of Córdoba collapsed and fragmented into approximately 30 smaller independent kingdoms called Taifa kingdoms, from the Arabic taifa meaning faction. These Taifa kingdoms, centered in cities like Seville, the largest and most powerful, Granada, Toledo, Zaragoza, Valencia, Badajoz, Malaga, and many others, were often rivals, sometimes even allying with Christian kingdoms against each other in the complex web of medieval Iberian politics. Muslim rulers paid tribute, called parias, to Christian kings for protection or to avoid attack, and Christian mercenaries, including the famous Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, El Cid, served in the armies of Muslim Taifa kings. This fragmentation made Al-Andalus militarily weaker and vulnerable to the expanding Christian kingdoms of the north. However, it also increased cultural and intellectual dynamism in some ways, as rival courts competed to attract the best poets, scholars, artists, and musicians. The Taifa period saw an efflorescence of Arabic poetry, the development of new poetic forms like the Muwashsha and Zajal, which influenced troubadour poetry in Christian Europe, advances in mathematics and astronomy, and magnificent architecture as each Taifa king tried to outdo his rivals in cultural patronage. The Aljaferia Palace in Zaragoza, built in the 11th century, exemplifies the architectural splendor of this period, with its intricate carved stucco, geometric patterns, and elegant arches. This fragmentation, however, made the Taifas easy targets for Christian expansion and would eventually prompt desperate calls for help from North Africa, help that would come at a price. As the Christian kingdoms of the north grew stronger and began conquering Taifa territories, Alfonso VI of Leon Castile captured Toledo in 1085, a shock that reverberated throughout Al-Andalus. The remaining Muslim rulers made a fateful decision. They invited the Almoravids, a puritanical Berber dynasty from the Sahara who had conquered Morocco, to cross the strait and help defend Al-Andalus. The Almoravids came, defeated Alfonso VI at the Battle of Sagrajas in 1086, but then decided to stay, gradually conquering the Taifa kingdoms themselves between 1090 and 1094 because they viewed the Taifa rulers as decadent, insufficiently pious, and weak. The Almoravids reunified Al-Andalus under stricter Islamic rule, but they also halted, temporarily, Christian expansion. When the Almoravid Empire itself weakened, a second wave of Taifas emerged, only to be replaced by another North African dynasty, the Almohads, in the 1140s and 1150s. The Almohads were even more puritanical, enforcing stricter interpretations of Islamic law, which led to increased persecution of Christians and Jews. Both Maimonides and the great Muslim philosopher Ibn Rushd, Averroes, faced difficulties under Almohad rule. Maimonides eventually fled to Egypt, while Averroes was briefly exiled for his philosophical views that attempted to reconcile Islamic theology with Aristotelian philosophy. These interventions from North Africa changed the character of Al-Andalus, making it less tolerant, more militant, and more connected to North African rather than Eastern Mediterranean Islamic culture. The sophisticated, cosmopolitan culture of the Umayyad Caliphate gave way to something more austere and defensive. While Al-Andalus was experiencing these transformations in the south, something else was happening in the cold mountains of northern Spain. The tiny Christian kingdoms that had survived the initial Muslim conquest, Asturias, Leon, Navarre, Aragon, Castile, were growing, consolidating, and gradually pushing southward. The Reconquista, the Christian reconquest of Spain, wasn't a single organized campaign or crusade, but rather an 800-year process of gradual Christian expansion southward, punctuated by long periods of peace, intermarriage between Christian and Muslim royal families, shifting alliances where Christians allied with Muslims against other Christians and vice versa, and extended truces. The Kingdom of Asturias, founded by the nobleman Pelayo around 718 after the legendary Battle of Covadonga, though the historical reality was probably a minor skirmish, claimed to be the continuation of Visigothic Spain and began slowly expanding south through the 8th and 9th centuries. By 914, the kingdom had moved its capital from Oviedo to Leon, and the kingdom was renamed the Kingdom of Leon. Castile, originally the eastern frontier county of Leon, became increasingly autonomous and finally an independent kingdom in 1065. The Kingdom of Navarre emerged in the western Pyrenees, initially as a Basque kingdom, and at its height in the early 11th century under Sancho III the Great controlled much of northern Spain. The Kingdom of Aragon began as a small county in the High Pyrenees and expanded south and east. The county of Barcelona and other Catalan counties on the Mediterranean coast developed with close ties to Carolingian France initially, then became independent. These Christian kingdoms spent as much time or more fighting each other as fighting Muslims. Succession disputes, territorial conflicts, and rivalries were constant, but the general trend over centuries was southward and eastward expansion at the expense of Al-Andalus. The Reconquista wasn't driven primarily by religious fervor in its early centuries, it was about territory, tribute, and power. Christian kings often had cordial relations with Muslim rulers, married Muslim princesses, employed Muslim craftsmen and scholars, and adopted aspects of Muslim culture. Muslim soldiers served in Christian armies, Christian soldiers in Muslim armies. The binary of Christian versus Muslim was often less important than the complex web of alliances, rivalries, and personal relationships. The Christian victory at the Battle of Las Navas de Tolosa on July 16, 1212, marked the beginning of the end for Muslim political power in Spain. A coalition of Christian kingdoms, Castile under Alfonso VIII, Aragon under Peter II, Navarre under Sancho VII, and Portuguese knights, along with contingents of crusaders from France and other parts of Europe, decisively defeated the Almohad Caliphate's army in the mountains of northern Andalusia. The Almohad Caliph al-Nasir had assembled a massive army to halt Christian expansion, but the Christian coalition, fighting under the banner of crusade blessed by Pope Innocent III, broke through the Muslim lines and routed the army. Thousands of Muslim soldiers died in the battle and the subsequent pursuit. This defeat shattered Almohad power in Spain and opened the way for rapid Christian conquests in the following decades. Córdoba, the former jewel of Al-Andalus, fell to Ferdinand III of Castile in 1236 after a siege. The great mosque was converted into a cathedral, though much of the structure was preserved. Valencia fell to James I of Aragon in 1238 after a 5-month siege. Seville, the largest and richest city remaining under Muslim rule, fell in 1248 after a 2-year siege that starved the city into submission. By 1250, only the Kingdom of Granada remained under Muslim control, a small mountainous region in the far south, centered on the city of Granada and protected by the Sierra Nevada mountains. Granada would survive for another 242 years, not through military strength, for it was far weaker than the Christian kingdoms, but through diplomacy, paying heavy tribute, parias, to Castile that made it essentially a vassal state, geographic defensibility in the rugged Sierra Nevada, and the fact that the Christian kingdoms, particularly Castile and Aragon, were often too busy with their own internal affairs, succession disputes, and conflicts with each other to focus on the final conquest. By the mid-13th century, the map of Spain looked nothing like the rest of Europe. While France was consolidating under its Capetian dynasty, developing a strong centralized monarchy and distinctive French culture, while England was evolving its unique parliamentary system and common law traditions after the Magna Carta, while the Holy Roman Empire sprawled across Germany and Italy in a complex patchwork of principalities, Spain was divided among several Christian kingdoms. Castile, by far the largest, comprising about 2/3 of the peninsula, Aragon, which controlled not just northeastern Spain but also Catalonia, Valencia, and expanding Mediterranean possessions including the Balearic Islands, Sicily, and later Naples, Navarre, small but independent, straddling the Pyrenees, and Portugal, which had become independent from Leon in 1139 and was expanding south to complete its own Reconquista by 1249. But more significantly, these Christian kingdoms had spent centuries absorbing Muslim territory, Muslim culture, Muslim knowledge, and Muslim people. The result was a unique hybrid civilization that was neither fully European, in the sense of France or Germany, nor Islamic, like the societies of the Middle East or North Africa, but something distinctively Iberian. Spanish Christians lived in houses built with Moorish architectural styles, courtyards with fountains, tiled walls with geometric patterns, horseshoe arches. They ate food seasoned with spices from the east, saffron, cumin, coriander, and prepared using cooking techniques learned from Muslim cooks. They used irrigation systems, agricultural techniques, and crops introduced or improved by Muslims, including rice, oranges, lemons, cotton, sugar cane, and sophisticated hydraulic engineering. Spanish vocabulary absorbed thousands of Arabic words, especially terms related to agriculture, architecture, administration, and science. Words like aceituna, olive, from alzeituna, almohada, pillow, from almohada, alcalde, mayor, from alcalde, meaning judge, algoritmo, algorithm, from the name of the mathematician Al-Khwarizmi, and thousands more. A distinctive architectural style emerged called mudehar, from mutajan, referring to Muslims living under Christian rule, combining Christian, Islamic, and Jewish elements. Mudehar churches built by Christian patrons often featured horseshoe arches, intricate geometric tile work, wooden ceilings with Islamic-style geometric patterns, and bell towers that looked remarkably like minarets. This style would spread across Spain and later to Latin America, becoming a defining feature of Spanish and Spanish colonial architecture. Jews served as physicians to Christian kings, as translators and diplomats moving between Christian and Muslim courts, as tax collectors and financial administrators, as scholars in the translation schools. Muslims, called mudehars in Christian territories, continued to practice their religion in many areas, maintaining their communities, mosques, and Islamic legal practices for personal matters, though they faced increasing restrictions and pressure to convert. This was a society forged in the crucible of 8 centuries of cultural contact, conflict, cooperation, and synthesis. It produced something unique in European history, a civilization that couldn't be neatly categorized as simply Christian or European in the way those terms were understood elsewhere on the continent. Spain was different because it had been shaped by Islam in ways no other Western European country had been. It had preserved and transmitted the learning of antiquity. It had developed a more sophisticated, urban, literate culture earlier than most of Europe. But it had also developed deep internal tensions, religious, ethnic, cultural, that would shape its future in profound and often tragic ways. The Spain that was emerging by the 13th century was complex, diverse, and culturally rich. But it was also unstable, contested, and uncertain about its identity. Was it part of Christian Europe, reclaiming its Visigothic heritage? Or was it something new, born of the unique encounter between Christianity, Islam, and Judaism on the Iberian Peninsula? This question would preoccupy Spain for centuries to come, and the answer would have consequences not just for Spain, but for the entire world. As we move into the late medieval period, Spain's unique character becomes even more pronounced. While England and France were developing distinct national identities, consolidating their territories under strong monarchies, and establishing patterns of governance that would endure for centuries, Spain remained a patchwork: multiple kingdoms, multiple languages, multiple legal systems, and above all, multiple religious communities living in an increasingly uneasy coexistence. The 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries would see Spain struggling with questions of identity and unity that other European nations had largely resolved. And these struggles would culminate in a series of events that would transform not just Spain, but reshape the entire world. Let us continue our journey through this pivotal period, when medieval Spain would give way to something entirely new. The Crucible of Identity. The Kingdom of Castile, which by the mid-13th century controlled the vast central plateau of Spain from the Cantabrian Mountains to Andalusia, developed a distinctive identity centered on its role as the primary force of the Reconquista and as the defender of Christian Spain. Castile's self-image was profoundly shaped by its frontier character. For centuries, it had been the kingdom most actively engaged in warfare against Muslim states, and this created a society where the military nobility, the hidalgos and caballeros, knights, held tremendous social prestige and power. Unlike in other parts of Europe where commerce and urban life were increasingly important, Castilian society valued military service, land ownership, and honor above trade or industry. The Castilian nobility developed a code of honor and a disdain for manual labor and commerce that would have profound effects on Spanish culture for centuries. This contrasted sharply with the Crown of Aragon, which was developing in a very different direction. The Crown of Aragon, a composite monarchy formed in 1137 when the Kingdom of Aragon united with the County of Barcelona, expanded not through reconquest of Muslim territories, though Valencia was incorporated in the 13th century, but through Mediterranean commerce and conquest. Aragon developed a very different political and economic character from Castile. The Aragonese crown controlled a Mediterranean maritime empire that by the 13th and 14th centuries included not only Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia on the Spanish mainland, but also the Balearic Islands, Sardinia, Sicily, and eventually Naples. Barcelona and Valencia became thriving commercial centers with powerful merchant classes, trading throughout the Mediterranean in competition with Venice and Genoa. Catalonia in particular developed a sophisticated commercial culture with its own banking houses, maritime law, the Libra del Consulate de Mar, or Book of the Consulate of the Sea, became the standard maritime code throughout the Mediterranean, merchant guilds, and a prosperous textile industry. The political structure of the Crown of Aragon was also distinctive. It wasn't a unified kingdom but rather a confederation where Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia each maintained their own laws, institutions, parliaments, courts, and privileges. The Aragonese kings had to swear to uphold the traditional rights and liberties of each territory, and the nobility and cities jealously guarded their autonomy. The famous oath allegedly sworn by the Aragonese nobility to their king captured this spirit: "We who are as good as you swear to you who are no better than we, to accept you as our king and sovereign lord, provided you observe all our liberties and laws, but if not, not." This decentralized, commercial, Mediterranean-oriented Aragon stood in stark contrast to centralized, land-based, frontier warrior Castile. These different political cultures would create tensions that persist in Spain to this day. Meanwhile, the Christian kingdom's relationships with their Muslim and Jewish populations were becoming increasingly strained. The 13th and 14th centuries saw a gradual deterioration in the convivencia as Christian rulers, influenced by the increasingly intolerant atmosphere of European Christendom, marked by crusades, inquisitions, and the persecution of heretics and Jews across Europe, began imposing greater restrictions on Muslims and Jews. After the Christian conquests of Córdoba, Seville, and Valencia, many Muslims emigrated to North Africa or to the remaining Kingdom of Granada rather than live under Christian rule. Those who remained, the mudéjars, faced increasing legal restrictions. They were required to live in separate quarters, muririas, wear distinctive clothing, forbidden from holding authority over Christians, and subjected to efforts to convert them. Jews similarly lived in separate quarters, juderias or calls in Catalonia, wore distinguishing badges, faced restrictions on their professions and movements, and experienced periodic outbreaks of violence. In 1391, a wave of anti-Jewish pogroms swept through Spain, beginning in Seville and spreading to Valencia, Barcelona, and other cities. Thousands of Jews were killed, synagogues were destroyed, and many more were forcibly converted to Christianity. These converts, called conversos, or new Christians, would face suspicion and discrimination for generations, creating a new social category that complicated Spain's already complex religious landscape. The question of these conversos, were they sincere Christians or secret Jews, would become an obsession in Spanish society and lead to the creation of one of history's most infamous institutions. In 1478, at the request of King Ferdinand II of Aragon and Queen Isabella I of Castile, whom we'll discuss shortly, Pope Sixtus IV authorized the establishment of the Spanish Inquisition, a tribunal under royal rather than papal control, which made it unique among European inquisitions. The Spanish Inquisition was initially created to investigate conversos suspected of secretly practicing Judaism while outwardly professing Christianity, a crime called Judaizing. Unlike earlier medieval inquisitions that had focused on Christian heretics, the Spanish Inquisition focused primarily on converts and their descendants, investigating their religious sincerity through denunciations, investigations of their domestic practices. Did they light candles on Friday night? Refuse to eat pork? Change their linen on Saturdays, and trials that could lead to penances, property confiscation, or execution by burning at the stake in public ceremonies called autos de fe. Tomás de Torquemada, appointed Inquisitor General in 1483, became infamous for his zealous persecution. The Inquisition would eventually expand its jurisdiction to investigate converted Muslims, Moriscos, Protestants, and various other offenses including blasphemy, bigamy, and witchcraft, but its primary focus always remained on religious orthodoxy and purity of faith. It would continue to operate in Spain until 1834, making it one of the longest-lasting institutions of its kind and leaving a dark legacy that would associate Spain with religious intolerance in the European imagination. The Spanish Inquisition reflected a growing obsession in Spanish society with limpieza de sangre, purity of blood, the idea that Christians of pure Old Christian ancestry, untainted by Jewish or Muslim heritage, were superior to new Christians. This concept would poison Spanish society for centuries. But to understand how Spain arrived at this point, how it moved from the relative tolerance of medieval convivencia to the rigorous orthodoxy of the Inquisition, we must examine a marriage that changed everything. In 1469, 18-year-old Isabella of Castile married 17-year-old Ferdinand of Aragon in a secret ceremony in Valladolid. This was a love match as much as a political alliance. They had chosen each other, corresponding secretly and arranging their own betrothal against the wishes of Isabella's half-brother King Henry IV of Castile, who wanted her to marry a different candidate. The wedding took place in secret with forged papal dispensation. They were second cousins and needed permission to marry, because Henry IV opposed the union. When Henry died in 1474, Isabella immediately claimed the throne of Castile, though she had to fight a 5-year civil war against supporters of Juana la Beltraneja, Henry's daughter, whose legitimacy was questioned. Her nickname means, Juana allegedly fathered by Beltran, rather than by the king, who was backed by Portugal. Isabella won this war with Ferdinand's military support, and when Ferdinand's father John II of Aragon died in 1479, Ferdinand inherited Aragon, Catalonia, Valencia, and Aragon's Mediterranean possessions. For the first time, the two largest Christian kingdoms of Spain were ruled by the same monarchs, though importantly, they remained separate kingdoms with separate laws, institutions, and administrations, joined only through the persons of their rulers. Their motto captured this: Tanto monta, monta tanto, Isabel como Fernando. They amount to the same, Isabella as much as Ferdinand, indicating their equal partnership in governance. The Catholic monarchs, as Pope Alexander VI would title them in 1494, were remarkably effective rulers who would transform Spain in fundamental ways. Ferdinand and Isabella pursued several interconnected goals during their joint reign, establishing royal authority over the fractious nobility who had grown powerful during the weak reign of Henry IV, creating a more unified state apparatus despite Castile and Aragon remaining technically separate kingdoms, enforcing religious uniformity as a means of creating political unity, and completing the Reconquista by conquering the Kingdom of Granada. They reformed the royal council, bringing in trained lawyers, letrados, rather than just nobles, creating a more professional bureaucracy. They reformed the military orders, Santiago, Calatrava, Alcantara, powerful organizations that controlled vast territories and had often acted independently, bringing them under crown control by having Ferdinand appointed as master of each order. They established the Santa Hermandad, a kind of royal police force to combat banditry and enforce law in rural areas. They reformed finances and coinage. In Aragon, Ferdinand had to work within the constraints of that kingdom's strong tradition of noble and urban rights, but in Castile, Isabella was able to assert royal authority more forcefully. Together, they created a stronger, more centralized state. Though Spain still remained less unified than France or England, it was far more cohesive than the collection of semi-independent kingdoms it had been. But their most consequential actions would be in the realm of religion and their final campaign against Granada. After years of preparation and diplomacy to ensure that Aragon, France, and Portugal wouldn't interfere, Ferdinand and Isabella launched their final campaign against the Kingdom of Granada in 1482. The Granada War lasted 10 years and was marked by slow, methodical conquest, sieges of fortified towns, economic warfare to cut off supplies, and exploitation of internal divisions within Granada's ruling Nasrid dynasty. The Catholic monarchs used artillery to devastating effect. Cannons were transported across mountainous terrain to batter fortifications that had been considered impregnable. They built the city of Santa Fe as a permanent siege camp outside Granada, demonstrating their determination to stay until the city surrendered. Finally, on January 2, 1492, after a final 8-month siege, Sultan Muhammad XII, known to the Spanish as Boabdil, surrendered Granada and the Alhambra Palace to Ferdinand and Isabella. According to legend, as Boabdil left Granada for the last time and paused at a mountain pass now called El Último Suspiro del Moro, the Moor's last sigh, to look back at the Alhambra, perhaps the most beautiful Islamic monument in Spain with its court of lions, hall of the ambassadors, intricate carved stucco resembling lace, reflecting pools, and walls inscribed with poetry, he wept. His mother supposedly told him, "You do well to weep like a woman for what you could not defend like a man," though this story, like much of the Boabdil legend, may be apocryphal. With Granada's fall, the Reconquista was complete after 781 years. All of Iberia was once again under Christian rule for the first time since 711. Bells rang in churches across Christian Europe. Pope Innocent VIII sent congratulations and declared Ferdinand and Isabella defenders of the faith. Spain had unified religiously and territorially, or so it seemed. The terms of Granada's surrender, the Treaty of Granada signed in November 1491, were remarkably generous, at least on paper. The Muslim population would be allowed to keep their property, practice their religion, maintain their mosques, be governed by their own laws in personal matters, and be protected from forced conversion. They would pay the same taxes as they had under Muslim rule. Those who wished could emigrate to North Africa with their property. These terms reflected both pragmatic concerns, Granada's population was entirely Muslim, and the Spanish crown needed stability and continued agricultural production, and perhaps a continuation of the medieval Iberian tradition of relatively tolerant conquest. For a brief moment, it seemed the convivencia might continue under Christian rule. But this promise would not last. Within a decade, pressure from religious zealots, particularly Archbishop Francisco Jiménez de Cisneros, would lead to forced conversions, the burning of Arabic books and Islamic religious texts, and eventually the suppression of Muslim religious practice. The Muslims of Granada faced a choice: convert to Christianity or leave Spain. Many converted outwardly while maintaining Islamic practices in secret. These Moriscos, little Moors, would face the same suspicion and persecution that converso Jews faced, monitored by the Inquisition, suspected of being false Christians, and eventually expelled from Spain entirely in the early 17th century. But before this repression intensified, 1492 would see two more events of world historical importance, both occurring within months of Granada's fall. Just 3 months after Granada's surrender, on March 31, 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella issued the Alhambra Decree, also known as the Edict of Expulsion, ordering all Jews in their kingdoms to convert to Christianity or leave within 4 months. The decree was issued from the Alhambra in Granada, symbolically linking the completion of the Reconquista with the purification of the kingdom from non-Christian elements. The stated justification was that the presence of practicing Jews tempted conversos to return to Judaism, and that only by removing Jews entirely could the conversos be fully integrated into Christian society. Jews were given until July 31 to convert or depart, and they were forbidden from taking gold, silver, or currency with them. They had to sell their property quickly, often for a fraction of its value, and could only take goods. Estimates of how many left vary widely, from as few as 40,000 to as many as 200,000. Scholarly consensus suggests probably between 80,000 and 100,000 Jews left Spain, scattering across the Mediterranean in a diaspora that would carry Sephardic Jewish culture to the Ottoman Empire, which welcomed them, North Africa, Italy, the Netherlands, and eventually the Americas. Those who remained and converted, perhaps 50,000 or more, joined the existing converso population and faced generations of suspicion, discrimination based on limpieza de sangre statutes, and investigation by the Inquisition. This expulsion was economically and culturally devastating. Spain lost merchants who had facilitated international trade, artisans whose skills were irreplaceable, physicians who had provided medical care, scholars who had been instrumental in translation and learning, tax collectors and financial administrators whose expertise the crown relied upon, and entire communities that had contributed to Spanish life for over a millennium. The ports that exiled Jews left from, Cadiz, Malaga, Barcelona, witnessed heartbreaking scenes of families selling possessions for passage, of people dying on overcrowded ships, of communities being torn apart. The expulsion ended definitively the multi-religious character of medieval Spain. The unique society that had produced Maimonides and Ibn Rushd, that had translated Aristotle and preserved Greek learning, that had allowed 3 faiths to coexist despite tensions and hierarchies, that Spain was being deliberately dismantled in favor of religious uniformity. But even as Spain was closing this chapter of its history, it was about to open another, one that would be even more transformative and would reshape the entire world. Imagine the scene in the Alhambra in early 1492. In the Hall of the Ambassadors, where Nasrid sultans once received dignitaries under a spectacular wooden dome representing the 7 heavens of Islamic cosmology, Ferdinand and Isabella now held court. The same monarchs who had just completed an 800-year process of Christian reconquest, who were orchestrating the expulsion of Jews and would soon begin the suppression of Muslim religious practice, were about to make a decision that would inadvertently create a new, global Spain. In their court was a Genoese navigator named Christopher Columbus, who had been petitioning them for years to fund a westward voyage across the Atlantic. He believed he could reach Asia, the source of spices, silk, and other valuable goods that Europe imported at great expense through intermediaries, by sailing west instead of the traditional eastern routes controlled by the Ottoman Empire. His calculations were wrong. He drastically underestimated the Earth's circumference, but Ferdinand and Isabella, flush with victory from Granada and convinced by Columbus's persistence and the potential rewards, finally agreed to sponsor his expedition. They signed the capitulations of Santa Fe on April 17, 1492, just 2 weeks after issuing the Edict of Expulsion, granting Columbus the titles of Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Viceroy, and Governor of any lands he discovered, plus 10% of any wealth generated. On August 3, 1492, just 2 days after the final deadline for Jews to leave Spain, Columbus sailed from Palos de Huelva with 3 ships, the Santa Maria, the Pinta, and the Nina. And on October 12, 1492, his expedition made landfall on an island in the Bahamas, encountering the indigenous Taino people and initiating a process that would connect 2 hemispheres that had been separated for over 10,000 years. Columbus never realized he had found a new world. He died in 1506 still believing he had reached islands off the coast of Asia. But his voyage initiated a transformation that would affect every corner of the globe and make Spain, for more than a century, the most powerful nation on earth. In the same year, 1492, Spain completed its transformation into a unified Christian kingdom and stumbled upon 2 entire continents whose existence Europe hadn't even imagined. The timing is almost too perfect to believe, yet it's documented history. Spain ended one chapter of its unique history, the multi-religious society of medieval Iberia, and immediately opened another, becoming a global empire on a scale the world had never seen. And once again, Spain's trajectory would diverge dramatically from the rest of Europe. While France and England continued consolidating their territories on the European continent, Spain's attention and resources would turn westward, across an ocean, to lands filled with civilizations, resources, and peoples that would transform everything about Spanish society, culture, and power. But that transformation, and all its consequences, both glorious and tragic, is a journey that continues in our next segment. Columbus returned to Spain in March 1493 with news that electrified Europe. He brought with him gold samples, exotic plants, colorful parrots, and 6 indigenous people from the islands he called the Indies. He paraded through Barcelona where Ferdinand and Isabella held court, displaying these wonders to an amazed audience of nobles and courtiers. Pope Alexander VI, himself Spanish by birth, moved quickly to legitimize Spain's claims, issuing a series of papal bulls in 1493 that divided the newly discovered world between Spain and Portugal along a north-south line in the Atlantic. The following year, Spain and Portugal negotiated the Treaty of Tordesillas, moving the line further west, a line that would inadvertently give Portugal its claim to Brazil when that landmass was discovered in 1500. What began as a search for a western route to Asia became something far more significant, the Spanish conquest and colonization of the Americas, creating an empire that would make Spain the dominant global power of the 16th century and fundamentally reshape world history. Let us trace how this transformed Spain, and why it made Spain's path so different from other European nations. The Empire of Two Worlds. Columbus made 4 voyages to the Americas between 1492 and 1504, exploring the Caribbean islands, the coasts of Central and South America, and establishing the first European settlements in the New World. But he was a better navigator than administrator, and his governorship of Hispaniola, modern Haiti and Dominican Republic, was marked by chaos, cruelty toward the indigenous population, and complaints from Spanish settlers. He died in 1506, bitter and relatively obscure, still believing he had reached Asia. However, his voyages opened the floodgates. Spanish explorers, conquistadors, settlers, missionaries, and fortune-seekers began crossing the Atlantic in increasing numbers. In 1513, Vasco Núñez de Balboa crossed the Isthmus of Panama and became the first European to see the Pacific Ocean from the Americas, realizing the vast scale of these new lands. Juan Ponce de Leon explored Florida. Spanish expeditions mapped the Caribbean, established settlements, and began the process of conquest and colonization that would transform the Americas and make Spain a global empire unlike anything Europe had seen since Rome. What drove these men across the ocean to unknown lands? A complex mixture of motivations: the desire for wealth and social advancement. Younger sons of noble families who couldn't inherit estates saw America as a place to make their fortunes, religious zeal to convert indigenous peoples to Christianity, a sense of adventure, and escape from limited opportunities in Spain. The Spanish crown encouraged colonization by offering encomiendas, grants of indigenous labor and tribute, to conquistadors and settlers, creating a system that would have devastating effects on native populations. But it was the conquests of two great indigenous empires that would truly establish Spain's American dominion and flood Spain with wealth. Between 1519 and 1521, Hernán Cortés conquered the Aztec Empire in Mexico with a force that began with approximately 600 men, 16 horses, and a few small cannons. How could such a small force defeat an empire of millions? The answer is complex. Cortés exploited divisions among indigenous peoples, forming crucial alliances with the Tlaxcalans and other groups who resented Aztec dominance and provided thousands of warriors. European diseases, particularly smallpox, devastated the indigenous population. An epidemic in 1520 killed a substantial portion of Tenochtitlan's inhabitants, including the Emperor Cuitlahuac. Spanish steel weapons, armor, horses, and guns provided military advantages, though indigenous. Numerical superiority often offset this, and Cortés combined military force with strategic manipulation, taking the Emperor Moctezuma II hostage in 1519, though this strategy ultimately backfired when Moctezuma was killed during the uprising. After being driven from Tenochtitlan on the Noche Triste, Sad Night, in June 1520 with heavy losses, Cortés regrouped with his indigenous allies, built brigantines to control Lake Texcoco, and laid siege to Tenochtitlan for 75 days, finally capturing it in August 1521. The magnificent Aztec capital, with its pyramids, causeways, canals, and markets, was systematically destroyed, and Mexico City was built literally on top of its ruins, using the stones of Aztec temples to construct Spanish colonial buildings and churches. The conquest of Mexico gave Spain control over a vast, populous, and resource-rich territory. But even more consequential was what happened a decade later in South America. Francisco Pizarro conquered the Inca Empire in Peru, an even more extensive empire stretching along the Andes from modern Ecuador to Chile, with just 168 men and 62 horses in an expedition that began in 1531. Like Cortés, Pizarro benefited from extraordinary circumstances. The Inca Empire was weakened by a devastating civil war between two brothers, Huáscar and Atahualpa, fighting for succession after their father's death, smallpox and other European diseases had already reached Peru through indigenous trade networks, killing perhaps 30% of the population including the previous emperor before the Spanish even arrived, and Pizarro used deception, ambushing and capturing Atahualpa at Cajamarcayan. November 1532, demanding a ransom of a room filled with gold and 2 rooms with silver, then executing him anyway after he paid it. Despite fierce indigenous resistance that would continue for decades, the last independent Inca state at Vilcabamba held out until 1572, Spain gained control over the Inca heartland. More importantly, Spain discovered the mountain of silver at Potosí in present-day Bolivia in 1545, which would become the richest silver mine in history and the foundation of Spain's economic power for the next 2 centuries. Think about what these conquests meant. Within just 2 decades, between Cortés entering Tenochtitlan in 1519 and the discovery of Potosí silver in 1545, Spain had acquired 2 entire continents, defeated 2 sophisticated empires, and gained access to precious metal wealth beyond European imagination. By 1550, Spain controlled territory stretching from California and Florida in the north to Chile and Argentina in the south, an empire on which, quite literally, the sun never set, spanning multiple time zones and encompassing diverse climates, peoples, and resources. The Spanish Empire in the Americas was organized into viceroyalties. The Viceroyalty of New Spain, established 1535, governed from Mexico City, controlled Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, and eventually the Spanish territories in what is now the southwestern United States and the Philippines in Asia, named after King Philip II. The Viceroyalty of Peru, established 1542, governed from Lima, controlled most of Spanish South America. Later, 2 more viceroyalties would be created: New Granada, 1717, covering modern Colombia, Venezuela, Ecuador, and Panama, and Rio de la Plata, 1776, covering modern Argentina, Paraguay, Uruguay, and Bolivia. Silver from the mines of Potosí in Bolivia and Zacatecas in Mexico began flowing to Spain in quantities that would ultimately represent perhaps 80% of the world's silver production during the 16th and 17th centuries, arriving in treasure fleets that sailed annually from America to Seville under armed escort. This wealth transformed Spain, but not always in beneficial ways. The massive influx of silver from the Americas caused severe inflation in Spain, a phenomenon economists now call the price revolution of the 16th century. Between 1500 and 1650, prices in Spain rose by approximately 400 to 500%, with the sharpest increases occurring in the late 16th century. This happened because the increased money supply, silver, was not matched by increased production of goods, causing each unit of currency to be worth less. The inflation made Spanish goods expensive and uncompetitive compared to other European nations, particularly in manufactured goods. Spain increasingly used its American silver not to develop domestic industries, which would have created sustainable wealth, but to buy manufactured goods from other countries, textiles from the Netherlands, England, and France, weapons and armor from Italy and Germany, luxury goods from across Europe. Much of the silver that arrived in Seville on the treasure fleets flowed almost immediately back out to foreign merchants and bankers. Genoese, German, and later Dutch financiers lent money to the Spanish crown at high interest rates, secured against future silver shipments. Spain was becoming rich in precious metals but paradoxically weakening its own domestic economy, importing rather than producing, consuming rather than investing, setting up a pattern of dependency that would ultimately contribute to its decline. The Spanish crown also became financially overextended, borrowing against future silver revenues to fund its immediate military and political needs. Despite the enormous wealth flowing from America, the Spanish crown declared bankruptcy multiple times, in 1557, 1560, 1575, 1596, 1607, 1627, 1647, and 1653, suspending payments to its creditors when debt service became unsustainable. How could the richest empire in the world repeatedly go bankrupt? The Spanish crown had enormous expenses, maintaining military forces across Europe to defend its territories and dynastic interests, suppressing revolts in the Netherlands, which began in 1568 and would continue for 80 years, fighting the Ottoman Empire in the Mediterranean, defending against North African pirates, and maintaining the vast administrative apparatus of empire. The crown's revenues, though substantial, couldn't keep pace with these expenses. Moreover, the Spanish tax system was inefficient and inequitable. The nobility and clergy were largely exempt from taxation, meaning the burden fell heavily on Castilian commoners while Aragon's separate tax system contributed relatively little. The crown relied increasingly on borrowing at high interest rates from foreign bankers, creating a debt spiral. Spain was learning a painful lesson: wealth in raw materials doesn't automatically translate to economic strength or fiscal stability, especially when coupled with military overreach and poor economic policy. But in the early to mid-16th century, these problems lay mostly in the future. Spain seemed invincible, and its power was about to be further magnified through dynastic inheritance in a way that seemed almost miraculous. Through a series of dynastic marriages, deaths, and inheritances that seemed almost impossibly fortunate, Charles I of Spain, who reigned from 1516 to 1556, inherited an empire of staggering proportions. From his maternal grandparents, Ferdinand and Isabella, he inherited Spain, Castile and Aragon, and its rapidly expanding American empire. From his paternal grandfather, the Habsburg Emperor Maximilian I, he inherited the Austrian Habsburg lands, Austria, Tyrol, and parts of southern Germany. From his paternal grandmother, Mary of Burgundy, he inherited the wealthy Burgundian Netherlands, roughly modern Belgium, Netherlands, Luxembourg, and parts of northern France, which were economically the most advanced region in Europe with prosperous cities like Bruges, Ghent, Antwerp, and Brussels. In 1519, through election, secured partly through massive bribes paid with American silver, he became Holy Roman Emperor, taking the title Charles V, which gave him theoretical authority over the hundreds of principalities, bishoprics, and free cities of Germany and northern Italy, though in practice this authority was limited. Additionally, through conquest and dynastic arrangements, Spain acquired Milan, Naples, Sicily, and other Italian territories. At the height of Charles's reign, he ruled territories in Europe, the Americas, parts of Africa including the Presidios in North Africa, and even the Philippines in Asia, which were claimed for Spain by Magellan's expedition in 1521, though Magellan himself died there, and named after Charles's son Philip. Charles V spent his reign attempting to hold together this impossibly vast empire, fighting on multiple fronts. Charles V's reign was consumed by virtually constant warfare. He fought against the Protestant Reformation in Germany, trying to maintain Catholic religious unity. He presided over the Diet of Worms in 1521 where Martin Luther refused to recant, and spent decades trying to suppress or contain Protestantism through both force and negotiation, ultimately failing as Germany permanently split along religious lines. He fought against France, which felt encircled by Habsburg territories and engaged in multiple wars with Charles. The Italian wars dragged on for decades, and in 1527, Charles's unpaid mutinous troops infamously sacked Rome, holding Pope Clement VII prisoner. He fought against the Ottoman Empire, which under Suleiman the Magnificent threatened Europe both on land, laying siege to Vienna in 1529, and at sea, where Ottoman and North African corsairs dominated the Mediterranean. Charles led expeditions to Tunis and Algiers with mixed success. He dealt with rebellions, political intrigue, religious controversy, and the immense administrative burden of governing territories that spoke different languages, had different laws, different cultures, and different interests. He traveled constantly. It's estimated he crossed the Alps multiple times, the Mediterranean repeatedly, and journeyed across his territories incessantly, trying to maintain personal control over his far-flung domains. It was too much for one man, even an emperor. And Charles knew it. In 1556, exhausted and suffering from gout so severe he could barely walk, Charles V made an extraordinary decision. He abdicated, voluntarily giving up the most powerful position in the world. In an emotional ceremony in Brussels in 1555, leaning on the shoulder of a young nobleman because he couldn't stand unaided, Charles formally abdicated as ruler of the Netherlands, handing power to his son Philip. In 1556, he abdicated as King of Spain, giving Philip Spain, the Italian possessions, the Netherlands, and the American Empire. His brother Ferdinand received the Austrian Habsburg lands and the title of Holy Roman Emperor. Charles retired to a monastery in Yuste in western Spain, where he lived simply for 2 years until his death in 1558, spending his time in prayer, tending to clocks, and occasionally advising Philip by letter. His abdication symbolized both the impossibility of maintaining such a vast empire under personal rule and the beginning of Spain's eventual decline, as the empire was divided and the singular concentration of power under one ruler ended. Philip II, who ruled Spain from 1556 to 1598, would inherit the largest portion of this empire and preside over both Spain's golden age and the beginning of its troubles. By the mid-16th century, Spain's difference from the rest of Europe had reached its apex. No other European nation controlled territories across multiple continents. No other nation had access to the vast wealth of the Americas. No other nation could claim to be defending Catholic Christianity across the globe, in Europe against Protestants, in the Mediterranean against Ottomans, in the Americas converting millions of indigenous peoples. Spanish soldiers fought on battlefields from Peru to the Philippines, from the Netherlands to North Africa. Spanish ships sailed routes from Seville to Mexico, from Acapulco to Manila, from Peru to Panama. Spanish missionaries established churches and missions from California to Paraguay. The Spanish language was spreading across continents. Spanish culture, art, literature, architecture, fashion, was being exported globally. But this global reach came at tremendous cost. The wealth of the Americas flowed through Spain but didn't transform it into a modern economy. Instead, it funded religious wars, military expeditions, and dynastic conflicts that drained resources without generating sustainable prosperity. The focus on empire, on military glory, on religious orthodoxy meant Spain wasn't developing the commercial capitalism, the financial innovations, the industrial beginnings that were transforming northwestern Europe, the Netherlands, England, even France. Spain was the most powerful nation on earth, but it was building that power on foundations that were already showing cracks. The silver would eventually run out or be worth less. The constant wars would exhaust the treasury. The religious intolerance would drive away talent and innovation. The disdain for commerce and industry would leave Spain dependent on foreign manufacturers. The vast empire would become impossible to defend as rivals grew stronger. Philip II would experience all of this during his long reign. He would see Spain's greatest triumph, the victory at Lepanto over the Ottoman navy in 1571, celebrated throughout Christian Europe as salvation from Islamic conquest. He would annex Portugal in 1580, briefly uniting all of Iberia under one crown for the first time since the Romans. He would build the magnificent Escorial Palace Monastery outside Madrid, a monument to Spanish power and piety. But he would also see the Netherlands revolt against Spanish rule in 1568, beginning a war that would drain Spanish resources for 80 years and ultimately fail. He would see his great armada sent against England in 1588 return shattered by weather and English tactics. He would spend his final years buried in financial records at the Escorial, personally reviewing every administrative document, micromanaging an empire that was becoming too complex for personal rule, dying in 1598 amid prayers and surrounded by holy relics. Spain's golden age was also the beginning of its twilight. The 17th century would see the slow unraveling of Spanish power, even as Spanish culture produced its greatest achievements, Velázquez in painting, Cervantes in literature, Calderón in theater. Spain would learn that empire and glory don't last forever, that wealth without productivity is illusion, that religious uniformity and military power cannot substitute for economic dynamism and social flexibility. But that story of decline, and its consequences, continues in our next segment. The 17th century dawned with Spain still the preeminent power in Europe, still controlling the vast American empire, still setting cultural trends across the Catholic world. Yet beneath this glittering surface, profound weaknesses were emerging: economic stagnation, military overextension, demographic decline, and a political system increasingly unable to adapt to a changing world. While other European nations were beginning to modernize, developing new forms of commerce, experimenting with new political ideas, investing in manufacturing and trade, Spain remained locked in patterns established in the previous century, focused on military glory, dependent on American silver, enforcing religious orthodoxy, and fighting to maintain an empire that was becoming increasingly expensive to defend. The 17th century would be Spain's siglo de oro, its golden age, in culture and art, producing masterpieces that still astonish us today. But it would also be the century of Spain's decline as a great power, a paradox that makes this period both fascinating and melancholy. Let us trace this arc of decline, understanding how Spain's unique path led it away from the center of European power. The Gilded Decline. The 17th century saw Spain embroiled in nearly constant warfare that catastrophically drained its resources and revealed the limits of its power. The 30 Years' War, 1618 to 1648, which began as a religious conflict between Catholics and Protestants in Bohemia, drew Spain in deeply to support the Catholic Habsburg cause and counter French influence in Germany. Spanish forces fought in Germany, supporting the Austrian Habsburgs against Protestant princes and their allies. Simultaneously, Spain continued fighting the 80 Years' War, 1568 to 1648, to suppress the Dutch revolt in the Netherlands, where the Dutch had declared independence and were building a prosperous republic based on trade and religious tolerance, everything Spain was not. Spain also engaged in intermittent conflicts with France, particularly after France entered the 30 Years' War in 1635 on the Protestant side, motivated more by anti-Habsburg politics than religion. Additionally, Spain faced revolts in Catalonia, 1640 to 1652, and Portugal, 1640 to 1668, conflicts with England including a failed attempt to invade England in 1639, wars to defend its Italian possessions, and continuing struggles against Ottoman and North African naval forces in the Mediterranean. When the Peace of Westphalia ended the 30 Years' War in 1648, Spain finally recognized Dutch independence after 80 years of warfare, a humiliating admission of failure. The Treaty of the Pyrenees with France in 1659 forced Spain to cede significant territories including parts of Catalonia and northern border regions, marking France's emergence as Europe's dominant power, definitively replacing Spain in that role. The human and economic costs were staggering and reveal Spain's demographic crisis. Spain's population actually declined during the 17th century, from approximately 8.5 million in 1600 to around 7 million by 1700, even as most other European nations were growing. This demographic catastrophe had multiple causes. Plague epidemics repeatedly swept through Spain, with major outbreaks in 1596 to 1602, 1647 to 1652, and the 1670s killing hundreds of thousands. Constant warfare killed soldiers and disrupted agriculture. Economic decline and famines drove mortality up and births down. Emigration to the Americas continued, drawing away people of working age, and the expulsion of the Moriscos, converted Muslims and their descendants, in 1609 to 1614 removed approximately 300,000 people, about 4% of Spain's population, many of whom were skilled farmers and artisans in Valencia, Aragon, and Andalusia. Entire villages in Castile were abandoned. Agricultural production fell. Tax revenues declined, forcing the crown to squeeze harder on remaining taxpayers, creating a vicious cycle. The bustling Spain of the 16th century was giving way to a depopulated, economically stagnant Spain in the 17th, particularly in the interior plateau of Castile, while the peripheral regions, Catalonia, the Basque Country, Galicia, showed more resilience. Meanwhile, Spain's economic competitors were innovating in ways that left Spain behind. While the Dutch Republic, England, and France were developing modern banking systems, stock markets, joint stock companies for colonial ventures, insurance mechanisms, and the institutions of commercial capitalism that would finance their own imperial expansions and industrial development, Spain remained economically backward and structurally medieval. The Spanish crown continued to rely primarily on silver shipments from America and borrowing from foreign bankers, particularly Genoese financiers, rather than developing domestic industry or commerce. The Spanish nobility still regarded trade and manual work as beneath their dignity, an attitude reinforced by the concept of limpieza de sangre, purity of blood, which associated commerce with conversos, converted Jews, and thus stigmatized it for anyone claiming pure old Christian ancestry. Guild regulations stifled innovation in manufacturing. The taxation system remained inefficient and inequitable, with the clergy and nobility largely exempt while peasants and urban workers bore the burden. When silver production in America peaked and began declining in the mid-17th century, Spain had not developed alternative sources of wealth. The Dutch and English were building commercial empires based on trade, manufacturing, and financial services. The Amsterdam Exchange Bank, founded in 1609, and the Bank of England in 1694 provided stable currencies and credit. The Dutch East India Company and English East India Company pioneered corporate forms that mobilized capital effectively. Spain had nothing comparable. Its economy remained agrarian, feudal in structure, dependent on increasingly unreliable American silver. Yet even as Spain declined economically and militarily, it produced one of the most brilliant cultural outpourings in European history. The Spanish Golden Age in arts and letters occurred during this period of political and economic decline, creating a paradox where Spain's cultural influence flourished even as its power waned. In literature, Miguel de Cervantes published Don Quixote, Part 1 in 1605, Part 2 in 1615, a novel often considered the first modern novel in any language, a profound meditation on idealism, reality, and the passage of time that has influenced world literature ever since. The Spanish theater flourished with Lope de Vega, who wrote an estimated 1,500 plays, about 425 survive, and Pedro Calderón de la Barca, whose philosophical dramas like Life is a Dream explored profound questions of reality, fate, and free will. In painting, Spain produced an extraordinary generation. Diego Velázquez, court painter to Philip IV, created works like Los Meninas, 1656, that revolutionized portraiture and explored the nature of vision and representation with a sophistication that still astounds. El Greco, though Greek by birth, produced his distinctive mystical visions in Toledo. Francisco de Zurbarán painted monks and saints with stark spirituality. Bartolomé Esteban Murillo created tender religious scenes and street urchins with equal skill. Spanish mystics like Saint Teresa of Avila and Saint John of the Cross wrote poetry and prose of intense spiritual insight. This cultural brilliance occurred in a Spain that was losing wars, going bankrupt, and losing its dominant position in Europe, suggesting that cultural flowering and political power don't always coincide. But Spain's problems extended beyond economics and military defeats to the very nature of its governance. The later Spanish Habsburg kings of the 17th century, Philip III, ruled 1598 to 1621, Philip IV, ruled 1621 to 1665, and especially Charles II, ruled 1665 to 1700, were increasingly ineffective rulers who delegated power to favorites called validos or chief ministers. Philip III was pious but uninterested in governance, leaving affairs to the Duke of Lerma, who enriched himself and his clients while making poor policy decisions including the economically disastrous expulsion of the Moriscos. Philip IV was cultured and well-meaning but weak-willed, dominated by the Count-Duke of Olivares, who attempted reforms but mostly pursued aggressive foreign policies that Spain couldn't afford. Charles II, the last Spanish Habsburg, suffered from severe physical and mental disabilities, almost certainly the result of generations of Habsburg inbreeding. The Habsburgs had repeatedly married within the family to keep their domains unified, and Charles II's parents were uncle and niece. He was likely infertile, suffered from the Habsburg jaw, mandibular prognathism, so severe he could barely chew food, had learning difficulties, and was probably impotent. Contemporary descriptions paint a tragic picture of a monarch unable to fulfill his duties. Governance became chaotic, the court riven by factions competing for influence over the incapable king. Spain desperately needed strong, reforming leadership. Instead, it had a king who couldn't provide an heir, couldn't make decisions, and became a symbol of Habsburg dynastic decline. When Charles II died childless in 1700, it triggered a succession crisis that would engulf Europe in war. The War of Spanish Succession, 1701 to 1714, was fought over who would inherit the Spanish throne and its empire after Charles II's death. The major European powers feared that the massive Spanish Empire, Spain itself, the Spanish Netherlands, Spanish Italy, and the vast American territories, would upset the European balance of power if inherited by either the Austrian Habsburgs or the French Bourbons, the two candidates with the strongest claims. Charles II will designated Philip of Anjou, grandson of France's Louis XIV, the most powerful monarch in Europe, as his heir. This terrified England, the Dutch Republic, Austria, and others who feared French-Spanish unity would create an overwhelming power bloc. They supported Archduke Charles of Austria. The resulting war was brutal and global, fought in Spain, Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, and even in colonial theaters. Spain itself became a battlefield, with Catalonia, Aragon, and Valencia supporting the Austrian candidate, while Castile supported Philip. The Grand Alliance, England, the Dutch Republic, Austria, and others, won major battles including Blenheim, 1704, and Ramillies, 1706, but couldn't dislodge Philip from Spain. When Archduke Charles unexpectedly inherited the Austrian throne in 1711, becoming Emperor Charles VI, the Allies realized that a Habsburg ruling both Austria and Spain would be as dangerous as a Bourbon ruling both France and Spain. The Treaty of Utrecht, 1713, and related treaties ending the war in 1714 represented a compromise. Philip V of the Bourbon dynasty became King of Spain, but Spain lost the Spanish Netherlands, which went to Austria, its Italian possessions, Milan, Naples, Sicily, and Sardinia divided among Austria and Savoy, Gibraltar and Minorca, which went to Britain, and gave Britain the Asiento, the contract to supply slaves to Spanish America, and other trading privileges in Spanish colonies. The Spanish Empire in Europe was essentially over. Spain retained only its American colonies and the Philippines, but it was no longer a major European power. But the war's effects on Spain internally were equally significant and long-lasting. Philip V, having won the War of Spanish Succession with crucial support from Castile while Catalonia, Aragon, and Valencia opposed him, took revenge and fundamentally restructured the Spanish state. Through the Nueva Planta, decrees issued between 1707 and 1716, Philip abolished the traditional rights, laws, and separate institutions of Aragon, Catalonia, and Valencia that had existed since medieval times. The separate parliaments, Cortes, of these kingdoms were eliminated and merged into the Castilian Cortes. Castilian law was imposed throughout Spain, replacing the distinctive legal traditions of each region. Castilian became the sole official language of administration, education, and the courts. Catalan, which had been a language of literature, law, and administration, was banned from official use. The traditional local liberties and privileges, fueros, were abolished. Spain became a more unified, centralized state modeled on absolutist France, more efficient in some ways, more uniform, easier to govern from Madrid. But this came at tremendous cost. It created resentments that persist to this day and help explain modern Catalan nationalism. Catalonia, which had been a prosperous, Mediterranean-oriented trading region with its own proud traditions, was forcibly absorbed into a Castilian-dominated unified Spain. The diversity that had characterized Spain, linguistic, legal, cultural, was being suppressed in favor of uniformity. This pattern of centralization versus regional autonomy, uniformity versus diversity, would become one of Spain's most persistent political conflicts. The Bourbon dynasty would rule Spain for the rest of its history, with brief interruptions, and the 18th century would see attempts to reform and modernize Spain with mixed results. The 18th century Bourbon kings, particularly Charles III, ruled 1759 to 1788, attempted to modernize Spain through reforms inspired by Enlightenment ideas, enlightened absolutism, as historians call it. Charles III, who had previously been king of Naples and brought Italian advisors and ideas, implemented significant changes. He modernized the military and navy, making them more professional and effective, improved infrastructure by building roads and canals that connected regions previously isolated, promoted agriculture through land reform efforts and support for new crops and techniques, attempted to develop domestic industry through protective tariffs and royal factories, reformed the university system and supported scientific research, reduced the power of the Inquisition, which though not abolished became less active, and even expelled the Jesuits from Spain and its colonies in 1767 because they were seen as having too much power over education and being loyal to the Pope rather than the crown. Madrid was beautified, the Prado Museum, the Royal Botanical Garden, wide boulevards, street lighting, and sewage systems were built, transforming it into a more modern European capital. Colonial administration in the Americas was reformed, creating new viceroyalties, New Granada in 1717, Rio de la Plata in 1776, and implementing free trade policies within the empire that actually meant freer trade among Spanish territories but continued restrictions on trade with foreign nations. For a time in the mid to late 18th century, it seemed Spain might catch up with France and Britain, might successfully transition to a more modern state. But these reforms were limited and fragile, dependent on royal will, and lacked the broader social and economic transformations occurring in northwestern Europe. Despite the Bourbon reforms, Spain remained structurally backward compared to Britain, France, or the Netherlands. While Britain was beginning the Industrial Revolution in the late 18th century, developing steam power, factory production, iron and coal industries, modern banking, and a commercial economy that would transform the world, Spain remained predominantly agricultural with limited industrial development concentrated in a few regions like Catalonia and the Basque Country. Literacy rates remained low outside urban elites. The nobility and church still owned vast amounts of land but often didn't use it productively. The legacy of disdain for commerce meant Spain lacked a strong entrepreneurial middle class. Regional economic disparities widened. Catalonia was developing textile industries and commerce with America, the Basque Country had some metallurgy and shipbuilding, but much of Castile, Andalusia, and other regions remained impoverished and feudal in character. Most crucially, the political and social structures that had enabled rapid modernization elsewhere, strong property rights, relatively free markets, investment in education, religious tolerance that attracted talent, political systems that gave voice to commercial interests, were weak or absent in Spain. The Inquisition, though less active, still existed. Religious uniformity was still enforced. The absolutist political system gave no voice to emerging social groups. When revolution came to France in 1789, Spain would be ill-prepared for the upheavals that would follow. By the late 18th century, Spain had fallen far from its 16th century heights. It was no longer the dominant military power, that position belonged to Britain and France. It was no longer the wealthiest nation. Britain's commercial and early industrial economy was far more productive than Spain's silver-dependent system. It was no longer setting cultural trends. Paris had replaced Madrid as Europe's cultural capital, French had replaced Spanish as the language of diplomacy and culture. Spain retained its vast American empire, but was increasingly unable to defend it effectively or exploit it economically against British and Dutch smugglers who traded illegally in Spanish colonies. Yet Spain had not become irrelevant. It was still a significant power with a large population, extensive territories, and cultural prestige. The Bourbon reforms had achieved some successes. Spanish art, literature, and architecture still produced works of value. The Spanish language was spoken across a vast empire and would outlive Spanish political power to become one of the world's great languages. But Spain was vulnerable. It had not developed the economic dynamism, the flexible political institutions, or the social modernization of its northwestern European rivals. It remained more traditional, more Catholic, more hierarchical, more absolutist than Britain or even France. And when the French Revolution exploded in 1789, followed by the rise of Napoleon Bonaparte, Spain would be caught in a maelstrom that would shatter its American empire and plunge Spain itself into decades of chaos. The 19th century would be Spain's century of anguish, civil wars, political instability, the loss of empire, and an increasingly desperate struggle to find its place in a modern world that seemed to be leaving it behind. But those struggles, and their consequences, continue in our next segment. The French Revolution of 1789 sent shockwaves across Europe. Monarchies trembled as revolutionary France proclaimed liberty, equality, and fraternity, and then descended into terror, war, and finally, dictatorship under Napoleon Bonaparte. Spain, bound to France by the Bourbon family connection yet fearful of revolutionary contagion, found itself drawn into conflicts it could neither control nor escape. What followed would be one of the most turbulent and consequential periods in Spanish history, a time when Spain would lose its American empire, suffer foreign invasion, endure brutal warfare, and begin a pattern of political instability that would plague it for more than a century. The events of the late 18th and early 19th centuries would set Spain on a trajectory of decline and internal conflict that made it an outlier in Western Europe, struggling while its neighbors modernized and stabilized. Let us trace this descent and understand why Spain's 19th century was so uniquely troubled. Empire's end and century of chaos. Initially, Spain joined other European monarchies in fighting against revolutionary France, fearing the spread of radical ideas. But after years of costly warfare, Spain switched sides in 1796, allying with France through the Treaty of San Ildefonso, which made Spain subordinate to French policy and drew it into France's conflicts with Britain. This proved disastrous for Spain's colonial interests. The Spanish navy, combined with the French fleet, was decisively defeated by the British Royal Navy under Admiral Horatio Nelson at the Battle of Trafalgar in October 1805, fought off the southwest coast of Spain near Cadiz. The Spanish lost 11 ships and thousands of sailors. The defeat effectively ended Spain's ability to control the seas or defend its American colonies from British or local threats. Spain's empire depended on maintaining maritime communication and control. Without naval power, the vast American territories were increasingly isolated from Spanish authority. Meanwhile, Napoleon Bonaparte, who had crowned himself Emperor of France in 1804, increasingly treated Spain as a satellite state, interfering in its internal affairs and demanding support for his continental ambitions. Napoleon's ambitions for Spain would soon become even more direct and catastrophic. In 1808, through a combination of manipulation, threats, and outright deception, Napoleon invaded Spain, forced the Spanish royal family to abdicate at Bayonne in France, and placed his brother Joseph Bonaparte on the Spanish throne. Charles IV, the weak and unpopular Spanish king, and his son Ferdinand VII were both maneuvered into renouncing their claims. Napoleon believed he could easily control Spain as he had controlled other parts of Europe. He was catastrophically wrong. On May 2, 1808, the people of Madrid rose in spontaneous rebellion against French occupation troops, the Dos de Mayo uprising, immortalized in Goya's paintings, which was brutally suppressed, with hundreds of Spanish civilians executed. But this sparked a nationwide uprising. Across Spain, juntas, local governing committees, formed to coordinate resistance, rejecting Joseph Bonaparte's authority and claiming to rule in the name of the exiled Ferdinand VII. Thus began the Spanish War of Independence, known in English-speaking countries as the Peninsular War, 1808 to 1814, a brutal conflict that would devastate Spain and introduce a new word to the international vocabulary, guerrilla, Spanish for little war, describing the irregular warfare tactics Spanish fighters used against the French occupiers. The Peninsular War was unlike conventional European warfare of the period. It was vicious, personal, and total. The Peninsular War saw some of the most brutal fighting of the Napoleonic era, with atrocities committed by all sides. Spanish guerrilla fighters, peasants, former soldiers, bandits, and townspeople who knew the local terrain, ambushed French supply columns, cut communication lines, assassinated French officials and collaborators, and then melted back into the civilian population. The French responded with savage reprisals, executing suspected guerrillas and their families, burning villages, and engaging in the kind of scorched earth tactics that would horrify even hardened soldiers. Francisco Goya, Spain's greatest painter of the era, documented these horrors in his series, The Disasters of War, 84 prints showing executions, torture, starvation, and the full horror of the conflict without glorification or propaganda, simply bearing witness to human brutality. British forces under the Duke of Wellington landed in Portugal land, allied with Spanish and Portuguese forces, fought a series of campaigns that gradually drove the French back. The war cost perhaps 300,000 Spanish civilian lives through violence, disease, and famine, killed tens of thousands of French soldiers, destroyed cities and infrastructure, collapsed the economy, and left Spain traumatized. When Napoleon was finally defeated and Ferdinand VII returned to Spain in 1814, he inherited a shattered country. But even more consequentially, while Spain fought for survival in Europe, its American colonies seized the opportunity to break free. Between 1810 and 1825, Spain lost virtually all of its American empire in a series of independence movements that transformed the political map of Latin America. The process began in 1810 when, with Spain under French occupation and Ferdinand VII imprisoned, local elites in Spanish America initially formed juntas claiming to rule in Ferdinand's name, but this quickly evolved into movements for outright independence. In Mexico, Father Miguel Hidalgo issued the Grito de Dolores in September 1810, sparking a popular uprising that terrified local elites as much as Spanish authorities because of its radical social demands. In South America, Simón Bolívar in Venezuela and José de San Martín in Argentina led military campaigns that, despite initial setbacks, eventually liberated vast territories. Bolívar's campaigns freed Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, named after him. San Martín liberated Argentina and Chile, then handed Peru to Bolívar. Mexico finally achieved independence in 1821 under Agustín de Iturbide, ironically through a conservative movement led by those who had initially opposed the radical uprising. By 1825, Spain retained only Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines. The empire that had taken 3 centuries to build collapsed in just 15 years. Spain's attempts to reconquer these territories failed. Spanish forces were defeated at battles like Ayacucho in Peru, 1824, and Spain lacked the resources or will to mount the massive military expeditions necessary to reconquer an entire continent. The loss of the American empire had profound effects on Spain's economy, psychology, and international position. The loss of America devastated Spain economically and psychologically. The silver that had sustained, and distorted, the Spanish economy for 3 centuries stopped flowing. The markets for Spanish goods disappeared. The sense of Spain as a great power, as a global empire, was shattered. Spain was suddenly reduced to a second-tier European power, smaller than France, economically weaker than Britain, less industrialized than Belgium or the German states, with limited resources and declining international influence. The vast territories that had stretched from California to Cape Horn, the source of Spain's wealth and global reach for centuries, were gone. Spanish national identity had been so bound up with empire, with the mission to spread Catholicism, with the glory of conquest, with the wealth of the Indies, that losing it created a profound crisis of meaning. What was Spain without its empire? This question would haunt Spanish intellectuals and politicians for generations. Meanwhile, Spain's internal politics descended into chaos and civil war. Ferdinand VII, restored to the throne in 1814, proved to be a reactionary, vindictive, and incompetent ruler who rejected the liberal constitution that had been drafted by the Cádiz-Cortés Parliament in 1812 during his absence, Spain's first constitution, which had established constitutional monarchy, sovereignty of the people, and individual rights. Instead, Ferdinand restored absolute monarchy, persecuted liberals who had supported the constitution, restored the Inquisition, which the Cádiz constitution had abolished, and ruled as a tyrant. His regime oscillated between periods of absolute rule and brief periods when he was forced by military revolts to accept constitutional limits, then violated them at the first opportunity. Spanish society was polarizing between liberals, who wanted constitutional government, economic modernization, reduced power for the church, and political rights, and conservatives or traditionalists, who supported absolute monarchy, the traditional privileges of the nobility and church, and Catholic orthodoxy. This divide ran deep and would lead to civil war. When Ferdinand died in 1833, he left the throne to his infant daughter Isabella II rather than his brother Carlos, violating what many conservatives believed was the traditional Salic law of succession that excluded women from the throne. Carlos's supporters, called Carlists, refused to accept Isabella's claim, and Spain descended into civil war. The Carlist Wars. There would be three major conflicts in 1833 to 1840, 1846 to 1849, and 1872 to 1876, plus various smaller uprisings, were civil wars between supporters of Isabella II and the liberal constitutional monarchy, Isabellans or Cristinos, named after Isabella's mother and regent Queen Maria Cristina, and supporters of Carlos and his descendants who represented traditional, ultra-Catholic, absolutist Spain. The First Carlist War, 1833 to 1840, was particularly brutal, fought mainly in the Basque Country, Navarre, Catalonia, and parts of Aragon, regions that had maintained traditional fueros, local rights and privileges, and where Carlism found its strongest support among rural, traditionalist populations who felt threatened by liberal centralization and secularization. The war featured sieges, guerrilla tactics, atrocities, and the execution of prisoners on both sides. Carlist forces, though brave and motivated, ultimately lacked the resources to defeat the liberal government, which had control of major cities, international support, and better access to modern weapons. The Carlists represented rural, small-town, deeply Catholic Spain, the Spain of peasants and provincial nobles, of priests and tradition, of local identity and suspicion of Madrid's centralizing government. The liberals represented urban Spain, the emerging middle class, those influenced by Enlightenment ideas, people who wanted Spain to modernize along the lines of Britain or France. These wars established a pattern of violent political conflict that would culminate in the catastrophic Spanish Civil War of 1936 to 1939. The 19th century saw Spain experience political instability that was exceptional even by the turbulent standards of post-Napoleonic Europe. Between 1808 and 1874, Spain experienced extraordinary political turmoil, 3 separate periods of constitutional liberal government alternating with absolutist rule, numerous military pronunciamientos, coups d'états, military revolts that became Spain's characteristic form of political change, with generals issuing pronunciamientos, pronouncements, and seizing power with greater or lesser degrees of violence. The abdication of Queen Isabella II in 1868 after a successful revolution against her increasingly corrupt and incompetent regime, a frantic search for a new monarch that resulted in the installation of Amadeo I, an Italian prince from the House of Savoy, who reigned from 1870 to 1873 before abdicating in frustration, famously saying Spain was ungovernable, a brief period as the First Spanish Republic, 1873 to 1874, which saw 4 different presidents in less than a year, cantonal revolts where various cities and regions declared themselves independent, and general chaos, and finally the restoration of the Bourbon monarchy in 1874 under Alfonso XII, Isabella's son. This instability reflected deep, unresolved divisions in Spanish society. The military had become accustomed to intervening in politics as arbiter between factions, a pattern that would persist into the 20th century with catastrophic results. No political system seemed able to gain lasting legitimacy or address Spain's fundamental problems. Meanwhile, Spain was falling further behind economically compared to northwestern Europe. During the 19th century, while Britain was building a global industrial economy based on steam power, factories, railways, steel production, coal mining, and global trade, while Germany unified and rapidly industrialized, becoming Europe's industrial powerhouse, while France recovered from revolution and war to develop modern industry and infrastructure, while Belgium, the Netherlands, and even Italy were modernizing, Spain remained largely agricultural and economically backward. Industrialization occurred in only a few regions. Catalonia developed textile industries, particularly cotton manufacturing in Barcelona and surrounding areas, becoming Spain's industrial heartland. The Basque Country developed iron and steel production, shipbuilding, and banking. Asturias had coal mining. But most of Spain, the vast interior plateau of Castile, Andalusia, Extremadura, Galicia, remained rural, impoverished, dominated by large estates, latifundios, owned by absentee landlords and worked by landless laborers in conditions approaching serfdom. Literacy rates remained low. In 1870, approximately 75% of Spaniards were illiterate, compared to less than 30% in Britain or France. Infrastructure was poor. Spain had fewer railways per capita than most Western European countries. Regional economic inequality was stark, creating resentment in the industrializing periphery, Catalonia, Basque Country, toward the poor, politically dominant center, Castile, and resentment in the impoverished rural regions toward the wealthier industrialized areas. Spain's difference from the rest of Western Europe had become a source of national anxiety rather than pride. By the late 19th century, Spanish intellectuals were asking painful questions. Why had Spain fallen so far behind? What had gone wrong? The empire was mostly gone, the economy backward, the political system unstable, the society divided. Writers of the generation of 98, named for the disaster of 1898 which we'll discuss shortly, would agonize over the problem of Spain. Was it the legacy of 8 centuries of Islamic rule that made Spain different from other European nations? Was it the Inquisition's suppression of free thought and science? Was it the expulsion of Jews and Moriscos that had removed crucial economic and intellectual talent? Was it the curse of American silver that had allowed Spain to avoid developing real economic productivity? Was it the dead hand of the Catholic Church, which owned vast amounts of land and controlled education, resisting modernization? Was it the regional divisions, the linguistic diversity, the lack of national unity? Was it the military's intervention in politics? Was it simply a series of unlucky circumstances and bad rulers? There was truth in all these explanations, though none alone sufficed. Spain's trajectory had been shaped by its unique history, the medieval encounter of three religions, the early modern global empire, the emphasis on military glory and religious orthodoxy over commerce and innovation, the social structures that stigmatized work and entrepreneurship, the political culture that oscillated between absolutism and chaos without finding stable middle ground. The Bourbon Restoration of 1874, when Alfonso XII was placed on the throne, established a political system called the Turno Pacifico, peaceful turn-taking, where two parties, the conservatives and liberals, alternated in power through rigged elections, maintaining a facade of constitutional government while excluding most of the population from real political participation. This system provided stability of sorts. Spain had no more military coups or civil wars for several decades, but it was fundamentally corrupt and undemocratic, failing to address Spain's deep problems. And in 1898, Spain would suffer a final, humiliating blow that would force it to confront its decline and its difference from the rest of Europe in the starkest possible terms. That moment, and its aftermath, will shape Spain's troubled 20th century, a century that would see dictatorship, civil war, international isolation, and finally, democratic rebirth. We arrive now at one of the most defining moments in modern Spanish history, a moment that would crystallize decades of decline into a single, searing humiliation. A moment that would force Spain to confront the gap between its glorious past and its diminished present. A moment that would give its name to an entire generation of writers, thinkers, and reformers who would spend their lives wrestling with the question, what is Spain, and what should it become? The year is 1898, and Spain is about to lose the last remnants of its once global empire in a brief, one-sided war with an emerging power that represented everything Spain was not: young, dynamic, industrial, modern. The disaster that followed would send shockwaves through Spanish society that are still felt today. Let us trace these final decades of the 19th century and the traumatic early 20th century, understanding how Spain's unique path led it toward catastrophe. Disaster and the search for renewal. By the 1890s, Spain retained only the remnants of its once vast empire, Cuba and Puerto Rico in the Caribbean, the Philippines and various Pacific islands in Asia, and a few outposts in North Africa and Equatorial Africa. Cuba, the pearl of the Antilles, was the most valuable, producing sugar and tobacco with enslaved labor. Slavery wasn't abolished in Cuba until 1886, decades after most other American nations. But Cuba had been restless. A 10-year war, 1868 to 1878, had nearly won independence, and by 1895, a new Cuban War of Independence erupted, led by José Martí and military leaders like Máximo Gómez and Antonio Maceo. Spain sent over 200,000 soldiers to suppress the rebellion, employing brutal tactics including reconcentration camps where Cuban civilians were forcibly relocated, leading to tens of thousands of deaths from disease and starvation, a policy that horrified international opinion. Meanwhile, the United States watched with increasing interest. American business interests had major investments in Cuban sugar. American newspapers sensationalized Spanish atrocities, often exaggerating them, and American strategic thinkers saw opportunity in Spain's weakness. When the USS Maine, an American battleship sent to Havana Harbor ostensibly to protect American interests, exploded on February 15, 1898, killing 266 American sailors. The cause was probably an accident, but American press blamed Spain. Remember the Maine. "To hell with Spain," became the rallying cry. President William McKinley, under intense public pressure, demanded Spain grant Cuba independence. Spain, knowing it couldn't defeat the United States militarily but unable politically to simply abandon Cuba, effectively stumbled into war. The Spanish-American War lasted only 10 weeks, from April to August 1898, and was a complete disaster for Spain, revealing the extent of Spanish military and naval obsolescence compared to a rising industrial power. The Spanish Navy was antiquated, poorly maintained, and undermanned. At the Battle of Manila Bay on May 1, American Commodore George Dewey destroyed the entire Spanish Pacific Squadron in the Philippines in just a few hours without losing a single American sailor. At the Battle of Santiago de Cuba on July 3, the Spanish Caribbean fleet was similarly annihilated trying to break out of Santiago harbor where it had been blockaded. Spanish ships were outgunned, slower, and had inferior armor compared to modern American warships. On land, American and Cuban forces besieged Santiago, which surrendered in July. American forces also invaded Puerto Rico with little resistance. The Treaty of Paris, signed December 10, 1898, forced Spain to cede Cuba, which became nominally independent but under American influence, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines to the United States. Spain also sold its remaining Pacific islands to Germany. Spain's 400-year presence in the Americas was completely over. The once vast empire was reduced to a few territories in North Africa. The defeat was humiliating not just because Spain lost, but because of how quickly and decisively it lost, to a nation that Europeans had not considered a major military power, in a war that exposed Spain's weakness to the entire world. The psychological impact on Spain was profound and gave birth to a searching national self-examination. The disaster of '98, as it became known in Spanish, provoked a profound crisis of national identity and spawned the Generation of '98, Generation del 98, a group of writers, intellectuals, and philosophers who questioned everything about Spanish society, culture, history, and identity. Figures like Miguel de Unamuno, a philosopher and rector of the University of Salamanca, wrote anguished explorations of Spanish identity and what he called the intrahistory of Spain, the lived experience of ordinary Spaniards beyond official histories. Antonio Machado, a poet, explored Spanish landscape and character with melancholic beauty. Pío Baroja wrote novels depicting a Spain of poverty, backwardness, and frustrated ambitions. Ramiro de Maeztu, José Martínez Ruiz Azarin, and Ramón del Valle Inclán all contributed to this searching reassessment. They asked, "What is Spain? Why have we failed? Is Spain inherently different from Europe, and if so, is that difference a strength or a weakness? Should Spain embrace its unique character or try to become more European? Was the problem Spain's history, the centuries of Islamic rule, the Inquisition, the expulsion of Jews and Moriscos, the focus on empire rather than domestic development? Or was it Spain's social structure, the power of the church, the backward landholding system, the lack of industrial development, the military's intervention in politics? These questions sparked intense debate that continues in Spanish intellectual life to this day. But intellectual debate alone couldn't solve Spain's practical problems: economic backwardness, social inequality, regional tensions, and political instability. The early 20th century saw increasing social unrest in Spain as industrialization, though limited, created an urban working class exposed to anarchist and socialist ideas that were sweeping through Europe. Barcelona, Spain's industrial capital, became a center of anarchist activity. Anarchist labor unions organized strikes, wealthy industrialists and government officials were assassinated by anarchist militants, and the government responded with repression that often radicalized workers further. In 1909, the tragic week, Semana Trágica, in Barcelona saw massive riots triggered by the call-up of military reservists to fight in Morocco. Working-class Barcelonans, who couldn't afford to buy their way out of military service as wealthier Spaniards could, rioted, burned churches and convents, seen as symbols of the oppressive establishment, and battled security forces. The government's brutal suppression and execution of anarchist educator Francisco Ferrer, who was probably not directly involved but was blamed, created an international scandal. Meanwhile, in rural Andalusia and Extremadura, landless laborers lived in desperate poverty, working seasonal jobs on vast estates owned by absentee landlords, sometimes organizing into anarchist agricultural unions. Spain was modernizing just enough to create social tensions, an urban working class conscious of exploitation, a rural proletariat aware of massive inequality, but not enough to provide economic opportunity or political channels for addressing grievances. Spain's political system, the corrupt Turno Pacifico where rigged elections produced predetermined outcomes, couldn't accommodate these emerging social forces. Spain remained neutral during World War I, 1914 to 1918, which spared it the catastrophic losses and destruction experienced by other European nations but also isolated it from the political, social, and economic transformations the war triggered elsewhere. Spain's neutrality was profitable in the short term. Spanish industry supplied both sides with goods, Spanish shipping benefited from the disruption of other nations' trade, and the Spanish economy experienced a wartime boom. But this wealth was unevenly distributed, causing inflation that hurt workers and the poor while enriching industrialists and merchants, exacerbating social tensions. More significantly, Spain didn't participate in the post-war reconstruction and reorganization of Europe. It wasn't part of the Treaty of Versailles negotiations, wasn't involved in creating the League of Nations, though it later joined, and remained peripheral to the new European diplomatic order. While other European nations were forced by the war's trauma to democratize, to extend suffrage, to create welfare systems, to rethink their political and social structures, Spain remained essentially unchanged. The war also didn't resolve any of Spain's internal problems. The corrupt political system continued, the army remained restive and politically involved, regional tensions persisted, social inequality deepened. Spain also faced a costly and frustrating colonial entanglement that would destabilize its politics. Spain maintained colonial holdings in northern Morocco, the Spanish protectorate established in 1912, where Spanish forces faced ongoing resistance from Berber tribes, particularly the Rif rebellion led by Abd el-Krim in the 1920s. The conflict was expensive, the terrain difficult, and Spanish forces suffered humiliating defeats, most notably the annual disaster of 1921 when Spanish forces lost over 9,000 soldiers killed in a single catastrophic defeat at Annual and the subsequent retreat. This Moroccan problem became a national obsession and humiliation, consuming resources and generating resentment. The army blamed politicians for inadequate support, politicians blamed military incompetence. Junior officers who served in Morocco, the Africanistas, became hardened, politically radicalized, and contemptuous of civilian government, developing a brutal efficiency and a belief that Spain's problems could only be solved by military discipline and authoritarian rule. These officers, including a young Francisco Franco, would play crucial roles in Spain's future. The political system's inability to address these mounting crises led to its collapse. In September 1923, General Miguel Primo de Rivera staged a military coup with the tacit support of King Alfonso XIII, establishing a military dictatorship that lasted until 1930. Primo de Rivera promised to restore order, end political corruption, solve the Moroccan problem through military victory, and modernize Spain's infrastructure and economy. The coup was initially welcomed by many Spaniards tired of political dysfunction, corruption scandals, and instability. The dictatorship did achieve some successes. Major public works projects including roads, dams, and railways were built. The Moroccan War was won in 1926 through a joint Spanish-French campaign that defeated Abd el-Krim. Order was imposed and street violence declined. But the dictatorship couldn't address Spain's fundamental problems. It didn't industrialize the economy effectively, didn't reduce inequality, didn't resolve regional tensions, particularly in Catalonia where Primo de Rivera suppressed Catalan language and culture, creating lasting resentment, and ultimately depended entirely on Primo de Rivera's personal authority rather than building stable institutions. When the world economy collapsed in the Great Depression starting in 1929, Spain was hit hard. Primo de Rivera, facing mounting opposition and losing support even from the king and army, resigned in January 1930 and died shortly after. His dictatorship had failed to transform Spain but had fatally discredited the monarchy by its association with authoritarian rule. In April 1931, municipal elections held throughout Spain showed overwhelming support for Republican candidates in cities and major towns, interpreted as a vote of no confidence in the monarchy. King Alfonso XIII, realizing he had lost legitimacy and fearing civil war, left Spain on April 14, 1931, without formally abdicating. The Second Spanish Republic was proclaimed that same day amid scenes of celebration in Madrid, Barcelona, and other cities. This seemed to offer Spain a chance for democratic renewal, a republic that could address the social, economic, and political problems that had accumulated over decades. The republic's first government, led by a coalition of liberal Republicans and moderate socialists, was filled with idealistic reformers who attempted ambitious changes. They drafted a democratic constitution establishing universal suffrage including women, granted in 1931, separation of church and state, civilian control over the military, land reform to redistribute large estates, expansion of public education, regional autonomy for Catalonia, and potentially the Basque Country and Galicia. Labor rights, and modernization of the legal system. These were desperately needed reforms that aimed to transform Spain into a modern, democratic, European nation. But these reforms immediately created powerful enemies who would seek to destroy the Republic. The Second Republic's reforms alienated powerful conservative forces who saw their interests threatened. The Catholic Church, which lost its privileged position, saw its properties seized, and faced restrictions on religious orders and education, became an implacable enemy of the Republic. Spanish bishops and priests preached against it, and Catholic organizations mobilized opposition. Large landowners resisted land reform, which threatened their estates. The military, subject to reforms that reduced its size and removed politically unreliable officers, harbored many who dreamed of restoring order through authoritarian rule. Traditional Catholics were offended by the Republic's secularism, the removal of crucifixes from schools, civil marriage and divorce, secularized education. Industrialists feared the labor reforms that strengthened unions and raised wages. Meanwhile, the reforms didn't go far enough or fast enough for anarchists, radical socialists, and regional nationalists. Land reform was slow and partial, unemployment remained high, rural poverty persisted, workers expected immediate transformation. Elections in 1933 brought a center-right coalition to power that began rolling back earlier reforms, which radicalized the left. When a leftist Popular Front coalition narrowly won the election of February 1936, polarization had reached dangerous levels. Political violence increased, assassinations, church burnings, street battles between left and right-wing militias. Spain was splitting into two irreconcilable camps, each convinced the other represented existential danger. The Republic, which had begun with such hope in 1931, was descending toward catastrophe. Spain in early 1936 was a nation on the edge. The old order, monarchy, church, military, landed oligarchy, had been challenged but not defeated. The new order, democracy, secularism, social reform, regional autonomy, had been proclaimed but not secured. Between them stood a vast middle ground of people who wanted stability, prosperity, and peace but were being forced to choose sides in an increasingly bitter conflict. The Spain of convivencia, where multiple communities had once coexisted despite tensions, seemed impossibly distant. Medieval Spain had managed, however imperfectly, to accommodate religious and cultural diversity. But modern Spain couldn't accommodate political and ideological diversity. The center couldn't hold. The moderate voices couldn't be heard over the extremes. In the spring and early summer of 1936, the violence intensified. Right-wing phalangists and left-wing militias fought in the streets. Political assassinations became almost routine. The government seemed unable or unwilling to restore order. Military officers began plotting a coup, believing that only military intervention could save Spain from chaos and leftist revolution. On July 17, 1936, military garrisons in Spanish Morocco rose in revolt. Within days, the uprising spread to garrisons across Spain. Some remained loyal to the Republic, others joined the rebellion. Spain split geographically, ideologically, and militarily. What followed would be one of the 20th century's most brutal and consequential conflicts, a civil war that would kill hundreds of thousands, traumatize Spanish society for generations, become a proxy war for Europe's ideological battles between fascism, democracy, and communism, and establish a dictatorship that would last nearly 4 decades. The Spanish Civil War would once again make Spain different from the rest of Europe, but this time, the difference would be tragic, isolating Spain from the democratic reconstruction of Western Europe after World War II and leaving it frozen under dictatorship while its neighbors built prosperous democracies. That story, of civil war, dictatorship, and eventual democratic rebirth, continues in our next segment. The military uprising that began on July 17, 1936, was supposed to be a quick coup, a pronunciamiento in the traditional Spanish style, where the military would intervene, restore order, and install a more conservative government. The plotters expected the Republic to collapse within days, as previous Spanish governments had when faced with military rebellion. But something unexpected happened. The Republic didn't collapse. Workers' militias, loyal police and military units, and ordinary citizens armed themselves and fought back. In Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, and other major cities, the coup was defeated in street fighting. In other regions, much of the north and west, the interior, parts of Andalusia, the military rebels succeeded in seizing control. Spain split in two. And what was supposed to be a quick coup became a 3-year civil war that would become one of the defining conflicts of the 20th century, a war that prefigured World War II, that drew international intervention, that saw technological innovations in warfare, and that left scars on Spanish society that remain visible today. Let us trace this catastrophe and its long aftermath, understanding how it made Spain's 20th century so profoundly different from the rest of Western Europe. Civil War and Iron Years. The Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939, divided Spain geographically and ideologically in ways that revealed the nation's deep fractures. Generally, the Republic held Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, the Basque Country, much of Catalonia, and most of the east and south, the urban, industrial, more progressive regions where workers, intellectuals, and regional nationalists predominated. The nationalist rebels, as they called themselves, held much of the north and west, the interior plateau of Castile, conservative Navarre, parts of Andalusia, predominantly rural, traditional, Catholic regions where the military, church, and landowners held power. But this geographic division wasn't absolute. There were Republican supporters in nationalist zones and vice versa, leading to terrible reprisals and neighbor-against-neighbor violence. The war quickly became about far more than a military coup. It was a battle over what Spain should be, traditional or modern, religious or secular, centralized or regionally autonomous, hierarchical or egalitarian, capitalist or socialist. It was also a battle between fascism and anti-fascism that made it a proxy war for the larger ideological conflicts tearing Europe apart in the 1930s. The war drew international involvement that made it a rehearsal for World War II. Spain split in two. And what was supposed to be a quick coup became a 3-year civil war that would become one of the defining conflicts of the 20th century. A war that prefigured World War II, that drew international intervention, that saw technological innovations in warfare, and that left scars on Spanish society that remain visible today. Let us trace this catastrophe and its long aftermath, understanding how it made Spain's 20th century so profoundly different from the rest of Western Europe. Segment 8, Civil War and Iron Years. Fact 1. The Spanish Civil War, 1936 to 1939, divided Spain geographically and ideologically in ways that revealed the nation's deep fractures. Generally, the Republic held Madrid, Barcelona, Valencia, the Basque Country, much of Catalonia, and most of the east and south, the urban, industrial, more progressive regions where workers, intellectuals, and regional nationalists predominated. The nationalist rebels, as they called themselves, held much of the north and west, the interior plateau of Castile, conservative Navarre, parts of Andalusia, predominantly rural, traditional, Catholic regions where the military, church, and landowners held power. But this geographic division wasn't absolute. There were Republican supporters in nationalist zones and vice versa, leading to terrible reprisals and neighbor-against-neighbor violence. The war quickly became about far more than a military coup. It was a battle over what Spain should be, traditional or modern, religious or secular, centralized or regionally autonomous, hierarchical or egalitarian, capitalist or socialist. It was also a battle between fascism and anti-fascism that made it a proxy war for the larger ideological conflicts tearing Europe apart in the 1930s. The war drew international involvement that made it a rehearsal for World War II. Fact 2. The Spanish Civil War became an international conflict that prefigured World War II's ideological alignments. Nazi Germany sent substantial military support to the nationalist side, the Condor Legion, including modern aircraft, tanks, pilots, and military advisors, viewing Spain as a testing ground for equipment and tactics. On April 26, 1937, German bombers infamously attacked the Basque town of Guernica on a market day, killing hundreds of civilians in one of history's first deliberate aerial bombings of a civilian target, an atrocity immortalized in Pablo Picasso's painting, Guernica, which became one of the 20th century's most powerful anti-war statements. Fascist Italy sent even more support. Estimates suggest 70,000 Italian troops, aircraft, weapons, and naval support to the nationalists. The Soviet Union sent aid to the Republic, aircraft, tanks, military advisors, and the NKVD's secret police who would brutally suppress anarchists and Trotskyists within the Republican zone, prioritizing ideological control over military efficiency. Approximately 35,000 international volunteers from over 50 countries formed the international brigades to fight for the Republic, motivated by anti-fascist idealism. Writers like George Orwell and Ernest Hemingway, as a journalist, participated, bringing the war to international attention. Meanwhile, Britain and France, fearful of the war spreading and hoping to appease Hitler and Mussolini, adopted a policy of non-intervention, establishing an embargo that theoretically applied to both sides but in practice hurt the Republic more since the nationalists received support from Germany and Italy regardless, while the Republic's access to international arms markets was blocked except for Soviet supplies that came with political strings attached. The war was marked by atrocities, political terror, and suffering on both sides. The Spanish Civil War saw horrific violence and atrocities committed by both sides, leaving deep trauma in Spanish society. In Republican-held territories, especially in the war's early months, revolutionary violence targeted the church. Thousands of priests, monks, and nuns were killed, often brutally. Churches and convents were burned, religious artifacts destroyed, in an explosion of anti-clerical fury that shocked Catholic opinion worldwide. Political opponents, suspected fifth columnists, and wealthy individuals were also executed in Republican zones, sometimes by uncontrolled militias, sometimes by organized revolutionary tribunals. The Soviet NKVD operated in Republican territory, purging unreliable elements including anarchists and dissident communists. In nationalist-held territories, systematic repression targeted those suspected of Republican sympathies: teachers, union members, intellectuals, liberal politicians, Freemasons, left-wing activists, in organized campaigns of political cleansing. Tens of thousands were executed, often after summary trials or none at all, buried in unmarked mass graves that are still being discovered and exhumed today. The poet Federico Garcia Lorca, one of Spain's greatest literary figures, was murdered by nationalist forces in Granada in August 1936, becoming a symbol of the war's cultural devastation. Civilians on both sides suffered from bombing, shelling, shortages, disease, and displacement. By war's end, an estimated 500,000 people had died, killed in combat, executed, or dead from war-related causes like disease and starvation. The Republic's internal divisions fatally weakened it against the more unified nationalist side. The Republican side was fatally divided among competing factions with incompatible visions: moderate Republicans who wanted to preserve parliamentary democracy, socialists of various tendencies, communists loyal to Moscow who grew increasingly powerful due to Soviet military aid and used their position to suppress rivals, anarchists who wanted to make revolution immediately, collectivizing farms and factories and creating a libertarian society, and regional nationalists in Catalonia and the Basque Country who prioritized regional autonomy. These groups spent as much energy fighting each other as fighting the nationalists. The most dramatic example occurred in Barcelona in May 1937 when communist-aligned forces battled anarchists and dissident Marxists, the PUM, in street fighting that killed hundreds and resulted in the suppression of the anarchist and PUM movements. George Orwell, fighting with the PUM militia, witnessed this betrayal and wrote about it in Homage to Catalonia, describing how the fight against fascism was undermined by sectarian conflict within the Republican camp. In contrast, the nationalist side, while containing different factions, military officers, fascist phalangists, conservative Catholics, monarchists, Carlists, was unified under General Francisco Franco, who by October 1936 had been proclaimed Generalissimo and head of state, concentrating all power in his hands and suppressing dissent within nationalist ranks. Franco's military strategy and international support proved decisive. The war proceeded in phases, with the nationalists gradually conquering Republican territory through methodical campaigns. After failing to capture Madrid in late 1936 despite coming close, the battle cry, "No pasarán," "They shall not pass," became Republican rallying cry as Madrid held out. The nationalists shifted strategy to conquering the north, the Basque Country, Cantabria, and Asturias, in 1937, isolating these Republican-held regions and capturing their industrial resources. In 1938, the nationalists drove to the Mediterranean, cutting Republican territory in two. The Republic's last major offensive, the Battle of the Ebro, July-November 1938, the war's longest and bloodiest battle, failed despite initial successes, exhausting Republican forces and leaving them unable to resist the final nationalist offensive. Barcelona fell in January 1939. Madrid, surrounded and facing starvation, finally surrendered on March 28, 1939, after an internal coup by Republican officers hoping to negotiate better terms. They didn't get them. Franco declared victory on April 1, 1939, proclaiming, "Today, the war is over." But in reality, the repression was just beginning. Franco would continue executing political opponents for years, establishing a dictatorship that would last 36 years, longer than Mussolini's fascist Italy or Hitler's Nazi Germany. The Republic's defeat sent hundreds of thousands into exile, creating a Spanish diaspora. As nationalist forces advanced in late 1938 and early 1939, approximately 500,000 Republican soldiers, civilians, politicians, intellectuals, and families fled across the border into France. La Retirada, the retreat, one of the largest refugee movements in European history to that point. They were received poorly. France, overwhelmed and unsympathetic, interned many in concentration camps on beaches near the border, crowded, unsanitary camps where refugees lived in terrible conditions. Many eventually emigrated elsewhere, to Mexico, which generously accepted about 20,000 Spanish refugees including many intellectuals and professionals under President Lázaro Cárdenas, to Argentina, Chile, and other Latin American countries, to the Soviet Union, though many who went there would later be purged in Stalin's terror, some even to North Africa. Those who remained in France faced uncertain futures, and when Germany invaded France in 1940, many Spanish Republicans were interned by the Nazis or Vichy regime, sent to concentration camps, or forced into labor battalions. Some joined the French resistance, continuing to fight fascism even after their own country's war was lost. This exile created a Spanish Republican diaspora that maintained hope for Franco's eventual fall and dreamed of returning to a democratic Spain, a dream that for most would never be realized. Franco established a repressive authoritarian dictatorship unlike anything else in Western Europe at the time. Franco's regime, which he officially called the Spanish state or sometimes the Kingdom of Spain, though there was no king until 1975, was a complex authoritarian system combining elements of military dictatorship, fascism, traditional Catholic conservatism, and personal rule. Franco held absolute power as caudillo, leader. He was head of state, head of government, supreme military commander, and leader of the sole legal party, the Phalange. The regime's ideology was nationalist, Catholic, anti-communist, and anti-liberal. It suppressed regional languages and identities. Speaking Catalan, Basque, Euskera, or Galician publicly was forbidden, regional flags and symbols were banned, everything was to be Spanish and Castilian. The Catholic Church was restored to a privileged position, religious education was mandatory, church marriage was the only legally recognized form, divorce was illegal, censorship enforced Catholic morality. Labor unions were banned, strikes were illegal. Political opposition of any kind was suppressed, thousands were executed in the years following the war, tens of thousands imprisoned, hundreds of thousands purged from public employment. The regime conducted a systematic campaign to erase Republican memory and impose what it called national Catholicism. Spain became internationally isolated, excluded from the United Nations until 1955, not receiving Marshall Plan aid that rebuilt the rest of Western Europe, cut off from the democratic European community. Spain's position during World War II further isolated it from post-war Europe. Spain remained officially neutral during World War II, 1939 to 1945, though Franco sympathized with the Axis powers and considered joining them. In June 1940, after France's fall, Franco changed Spain's status from neutral to non-belligerent, signaling alignment with Germany and Italy while not actually entering the war. Spain sent the Blue Division, División Azul, about 47,000 volunteers over the course of the war, to fight alongside Germany on the Eastern Front against the Soviet Union, allowing Spaniards to fight communism while Spain technically remained non-belligerent. Franco met with Hitler at Hendaye in October 1940 to discuss Spain potentially joining the Axis, but Franco demanded territorial compensation, French Morocco, expansion in Africa, and massive economic aid that Hitler wasn't willing to provide, and Franco was cautious enough not to commit Spain to a war it was exhausted from civil war and economically unable to sustain. Hitler reportedly said after the meeting that he would rather have teeth pulled than negotiate with Franco again. As the war turned against the Axis, Franco gradually shifted toward neutrality again, recalling the Blue Division in 1943 and making diplomatic overtures to the Allies. Spain's neutral position, whether due to Franco's cautious strategy, Spain's exhaustion from civil war, pressure from the Allies who threatened economic strangulation, or some combination, kept Spain from being invaded or devastated like most of Europe, but it also associated Franco's regime with the defeated fascist powers in the post-war period. The post-war years, the 1940s and early 1950s, were Spain's años de hambre, the years of hunger. Spain in the 1940s experienced terrible poverty, international isolation, and repression, what Spaniards call the años de hambre, years of hunger. The Civil War had destroyed infrastructure, disrupted agriculture, killed hundreds of thousands in working ages, and left the economy in ruins. Franco's autarkic economic policies, attempting economic self-sufficiency, nationalizing industries, imposing price controls, restricting trade, made things worse, causing widespread shortages. Rationing was implemented but rations were inadequate, black markets flourished, hunger and malnutrition were widespread, especially in cities. Diseases like tuberculosis surged. Many Spaniards survived only through estraperlo, black market, family support, and emigration to find work. Politically, The regime continued its repression, political prisoners filled jails, forced labor battalions built infrastructure including Franco's eventual mausoleum at the Valley of the Fallen. The regime used hunger as a tool of social control. Meanwhile, as the rest of Western Europe recovered with Marshall Plan aid, joined NATO, began European integration, and built prosperous democracies and welfare states, Spain remained isolated, impoverished, and under dictatorship. Spain's difference from the rest of Europe had never been starker. While its neighbors were building the democratic, prosperous, integrated Europe that would become the European Union, Spain was frozen under an authoritarian regime, economically backward, internationally ostracized, its people suffering. The country that had once been the dominant power in Europe, that had ruled a global empire, was now a pariah state struggling to feed its population. The 1940s were perhaps Spain's darkest decade in modern history. The Civil War's trauma was fresh, families torn apart by death, exile, and political division. The victors celebrated while the vanquished suffered. 500,000 dead, 500,000 in exile, hundreds of thousands imprisoned or under suspicion. A dictatorship that seemed permanent, backed by the military, the church, and entrenched interests. No freedom of speech, assembly, or press. No political parties except the Falange. No regional autonomy. No democracy. And no hope, it seemed, for change. Franco was only in his 50s in 1945, potentially decades from death. The regime was secure. The opposition was crushed, exiled, or cowed. The international community, while disapproving, wasn't going to intervene. After the horrors of World War II, no one wanted another conflict, and Spain, however distasteful, wasn't threatening anyone. But history has a way of surprising us. The Cold War would change Spain's international position, making Franco's anti-communism an asset in American eyes. Economic desperation would force the regime to abandon autarky and open to the outside world, beginning a transformation that would modernize Spain despite Franco's intentions. And a new generation of Spaniards would grow up who didn't remember the Civil War, who wanted to live like other Europeans, who would quietly prepare for the day when Franco's dictatorship would end. That transformation, from the hunger years of the 1940s to the economic miracle of the 1960s, from dictatorship to democracy, from isolation to European integration, is Spain's modern story, a story of resilience, adaptation, and eventually, triumph over the weight of history. The 1950s brought the first hints of change to Franco's Spain. The regime remained authoritarian, repressive, and isolated, but the desperate poverty of the 1940s was beginning, slowly, to ease. The international situation was shifting in ways that would benefit Spain, however undeservedly. And within Spain itself, new forces were emerging that would eventually transform the country despite the dictatorship's resistance to change. The Cold War, ironically, would rescue Franco from international isolation. America's need for allies against communism would outweigh its distaste for his dictatorship. An economic necessity would force the regime to abandon its failed autarkic policies and open Spain to the outside world, an opening that would have consequences far beyond economics. Let us trace Spain's slow, uneven journey from the darkness of the 1940s toward the light of eventual democracy, understanding how Spain navigated the second half of the 20th century on a path unlike any other Western European nation. From autarky to apertura. The Cold War gradually changed Spain's international position, transforming Franco from fascist pariah to anti-communist ally in American strategic thinking. As tensions between the United States and Soviet Union intensified in the late 1940s and early 1950s, American policymakers concluded that Franco's regime, however distasteful, was stable, fervently anti-communist, and strategically located. In 1953, Spain and the United States signed the Pact of Madrid, a bilateral agreement, not a formal treaty, which would have required Senate approval, that allowed the United States to establish military bases on Spanish soil, air bases at Torrejon, Zaragoza, and Moron, and a naval base at Rota, in exchange for economic and military aid. These bases gave the United States strategic positions to counter Soviet influence in the Mediterranean and North Africa during the Cold War. For Franco, American support provided legitimacy, economic assistance, and protection from international pressure. In 1955, Spain was admitted to the United Nations, ending its diplomatic isolation. Franco had successfully rebranded himself from fascist dictator to Western anti-communist ally, ensuring his regime's survival by aligning with American Cold War priorities, a pragmatic move that demonstrated Franco's political survival instincts, even as it perpetuated dictatorship in Spain while the rest of Western Europe was democratic. But international acceptance didn't mean Spain was catching up economically or socially to its European neighbors. By the late 1950s, Spain's autarkic economic policies, attempting self-sufficiency through import substitution, nationalized industries, price controls, and restricted trade, had clearly failed, leaving Spain impoverished and backward compared to the rest of Western Europe, which was experiencing rapid post-war recovery and growth. Spanish per capita income was a fraction of Britain's, France's, or Germany's. Infrastructure was inadequate. Living standards remained low. The regime faced a choice: continue autarky and watch Spain fall further behind, or open the economy to international trade and investment, risking the social and political changes that economic modernization might bring. In 1959, Franco appointed a new team of technocratic ministers, many affiliated with Opus Dei, a conservative Catholic organization emphasizing professional excellence and technical competence, who implemented the Stabilization Plan, a shock therapy program that devalued the peseta, ended price controls, reduced government spending, opened Spain to foreign investment, and aligned Spanish economic policy with international institutions like the IMF and World Bank. The immediate effects were painful: unemployment rose, businesses failed, austerity measures hurt workers, but within a few years, the policy began working. Foreign investment flowed in, drawn by low wages and political stability. The economy began growing rapidly. This marked the beginning of Spain's economic miracle. The 1960s saw Spain experience what became known as the Spanish miracle: rapid industrialization, urbanization, and economic growth that transformed Spain from a predominantly agricultural society to an industrial one in just 2 decades. Between 1960 and 1973, Spain's economy grew at an average annual rate of 7%, making it the fastest-growing economy in the world after Japan during this period. Several factors drove this growth: massive foreign investment, particularly from the United States and European companies, drawn by Spain's low wages, political stability, however repressive, and new openness to foreign capital, the development of tourism as a major industry. Millions of Northern Europeans, particularly Britons, Germans, and French, discovered Spain's Mediterranean beaches and sunny climate, flocking to the Costa del Sol, Costa Brava, and Balearic Islands, bringing foreign currency that fueled development, remittances from Spanish workers abroad. Hundreds of thousands of Spaniards emigrated temporarily to work in Germany, France, Switzerland, and other prosperous European countries, sending money home that supported families and fueled consumption. Industrialization in the Basque Country, Catalonia, and around Madrid, and the development of automobile, steel, chemical, and other modern industries. Spain was rapidly urbanizing. Millions migrated from poor rural regions to cities like Madrid, Barcelona, Bilbao, and Valencia seeking factory jobs, creating sprawling working-class neighborhoods. By the early 1970s, Spain had been economically transformed. But political transformation lagged far behind economic modernization, creating tensions. Spain under Franco in the 1960s and early 1970s presented a paradox: an increasingly modern, urban, educated, and economically dynamic society governed by an aging dictatorship that allowed no political freedom, suppressed regional identities, maintained strict Catholic social codes, and used police repression against any dissent. Young Spaniards traveled abroad, watched foreign films, though censored, listened to rock music, and increasingly wanted the freedoms their European counterparts enjoyed. Workers formed clandestine unions and organized strikes despite their illegality. Students at universities protested against the regime, influenced by the spirit of 1968 that swept Europe. Basque nationalism, suppressed since the Civil War, re-emerged violently with the founding of ETA, Euskadi ta Askatasuna, Basque Homeland and Liberty, in 1959, which began a terrorist campaign in the late 1960s that would kill over 800 people over the following decades, targeting police, military, politicians, and others associated with the regime, seeking to force the Spanish state to grant Basque independence. Catalonia also saw renewed nationalism and demands for autonomy, language rights, and cultural recognition. The Catholic Church itself was changing. Younger priests influenced by Vatican II, 1962 to 1965, and liberation theology began questioning the regime and supporting workers and the poor, breaking the Church's monolithic support for Franco. The regime responded with repression, police brutality, torture of suspected terrorists and dissidents, show trials, and in 1973, the execution of anarchist Salvador Puig Antich and, in 1975, 5 militants from ETA and the anti-Franco resistance, actions that sparked international condemnation. The regime was becoming an anachronism, increasingly out of step with Spanish society itself. Franco's later years saw a regime that was ossified, unable to evolve, presided over by an increasingly frail dictator who refused to contemplate political liberalization. Franco, born in 1892, was aging. By the 1960s he was in his 70s, and by the early 1970s his health was declining. He suffered from Parkinson's disease and other ailments. The regime's key figures, military officers, hardline phalangists, regime bureaucrats, were also aging, out of touch with a society that had modernized around them. Franco named Prince Juan Carlos, grandson of the last King Alfonso XIII, as his successor in 1969, with the title Prince of Spain rather than Prince of Asturias, the traditional heir's title, indicating he would restore the monarchy after Franco's death. Juan Carlos had been educated in Spain under Franco's supervision, and most assumed he would continue the regime, maintaining authoritarian rule perhaps with minor liberalization. Few suspected that Juan Carlos would instead facilitate Spain's transition to democracy, but that revelation still lay in the future. In the early 1970s, Spain seemed stuck, economically modern but politically frozen, yearning for change but seemingly condemned to wait for Franco to die. Franco's death finally came in November 1975, ending Europe's longest-lasting right-wing dictatorship. Franco died on November 20, 1975, at age 82, after weeks of declining health that had been publicly documented, turning his death into a prolonged spectacle. He had ruled Spain for 36 years, longer than Mussolini's 21 years in Italy, longer than Hitler's 12 years in Germany, longer than Salazar's 36 years in Portugal, though Salazar's regime lasted 48 years total under his successor. Franco's death posed a fundamental question: could Spain transition to democracy, or would it descend into renewed civil conflict between those wanting to maintain authoritarian rule and those demanding democracy? The answer surprised almost everyone. Juan Carlos I, proclaimed king 2 days after Franco's death, surprised those who expected him to continue dictatorship by instead appointing reformist prime ministers and facilitating Spain's transition to democracy. His first prime minister, Adolfo Suarez, a former Franco regime official who had nevertheless become convinced of the need for democracy, shepherded through political reforms that essentially allowed the Francoist Cortes, parliament, to vote itself out of existence and establish democracy through legal means, a remarkable example of regime change through negotiation rather than revolution or violence. The transition to democracy, La Transition, became a model studied by other nations emerging from authoritarianism. Spain's transition to democracy between 1975 and 1982 was remarkably peaceful and successful given the country's history of violent political conflict. Several key factors enabled this. King Juan Carlos provided legitimacy and supported democratic reform, particularly by opposing a military coup attempt in February 1981 when Lieutenant Colonel Antonio Teguero seized the Congress of Deputies at gunpoint with 200 civil guards. Juan Carlos went on television in his military uniform to order the military to stand down, and his intervention was crucial in defeating the coup. Political leaders across the spectrum, including legalized Communist Party under Santiago Carrillo, Socialist Party under Felipe González, and various center-right parties, committed to negotiation rather than confrontation. A new democratic constitution was drafted and approved by referendum in December 1978, receiving 88% approval, establishing Spain as a parliamentary monarchy with strong civil liberties protections and creating a system of autonomous communities that gave substantial self-governance to regions like Catalonia, the Basque Country, Galicia, and eventually all Spanish regions, addressing the regional tensions that had plagued Spain for centuries, and crucially, there was a tacit agreement among elites and much of society called the Pact of Forgetting, Pacto del Olvido, a collective decision not to prosecute crimes from the Civil War or Franco era, not to investigate the past, and to focus on building a democratic future rather than settling old scores. This allowed the transition to proceed without the political trials and recriminations that might have destabilized democracy, though it left many historical wounds unhealed, a silence about the past that Spain only began seriously confronting in the 21st century. Spain held its first free elections in 41 years in June 1977, and they were remarkably successful. The 1977 elections produced a center-right government under Adolfo Suarez UCD, Union of the Democratic Center, a coalition of moderate reformists, with strong showings by the Socialist Party, PSOE, and Communist Party, PCE, demonstrating that Spanish society was ready for democracy and political pluralism. The 1982 elections brought the Socialist Party under Felipe González to power with an absolute majority, marking the first time since the 1930s that the left had won power democratically, and crucially, the right accepted the result peacefully, and the military didn't intervene, showing that democracy had been consolidated. González would serve as prime minister from 1982 to 1996, presiding over Spain's integration into European and international institutions. Spain joined NATO in 1982, confirmed by referendum in 1986 after initial opposition from the left, signaling its alignment with Western democratic nations. Most significantly, Spain joined the European Economic Community, precursor to the European Union, in 1986 along with Portugal, after negotiations that had been impossible under dictatorship. European integration was symbolically and practically crucial. It meant Spain was finally, fully part of democratic Europe after decades of isolation, and it brought substantial economic benefits through European development funds that modernized Spanish infrastructure, agriculture, and industry. Spain's reintegration into Europe and successful democratization marked the end of its long period of difference. The 1990s saw Spain emerge as a confident, modern, fully European democracy, symbolized by high-profile events that showcased the new Spain to the world. The 1992 Barcelona Olympics were spectacularly successful, presenting Barcelona and Spain as modern, sophisticated, and culturally vibrant, a far cry from the isolated dictatorship of decades past. Barcelona used the Olympics to transform itself, building new infrastructure, revitalizing the waterfront, and establishing itself as one of Europe's premier cities. The same year, Seville hosted the World's Fair, Expo 92, Madrid was European Capital of Culture, and Spain celebrated the 500th anniversary of Columbus's voyage, though with more awareness of its problematic legacy than previous celebrations. Spain adopted the euro in 1999, joining the single currency from the beginning, further integrating into Europe. By the early 21st century, Spain had one of the largest economies in Europe, a thriving cultural scene with world-renowned architects like Santiago Calatrava, filmmakers like Pedro Almodóvar, and artists continuing Spain's strong creative traditions. Spanish companies like Telefónica, Santander, BBVA, Inditex, Zara, and others became global players. The Spanish language, spoken by over 500 million people worldwide, was a global cultural force. Spain had successfully transitioned from dictatorship to democracy, from poverty to prosperity, from isolation to integration, one of the most remarkable national transformations of the late 20th century. Spain at the turn of the 21st century seemed to have finally overcome the weight of its difficult history. The trauma of the Civil War, while not forgotten, had been sufficiently addressed through the transitions compromised to allow democracy to flourish. The regional tensions that had torn Spain apart were being managed through the autonomous communities system, giving Catalonia, the Basque Country, and other regions substantial self-governance while maintaining Spanish unity. The economic backwardness that had characterized Spain for centuries had been overcome through industrialization, European integration, and development. The political instability that had plagued Spain throughout the 19th and 20th centuries had given way to stable democratic governance with peaceful transfers of power between left and right. Spain was no longer different from Europe, it was part of Europe, integrated economically through the EU and Euro, politically aligned through NATO and democratic institutions, culturally confident in its identity. Spanish youth could travel, study, and work across Europe. Spanish democracy had proven resilient, surviving a coup attempt, managing ETA terrorism, which would end with a ceasefire in 2011, and alternating power between socialists and conservatives peacefully. Yet Spain's unique history continued to shape its present in ways both visible and subtle. The memory of the Civil War, though suppressed during the transition, hadn't disappeared. In the 2000s, Spain began confronting this past through the historical memory law, exhumation of Civil War mass graves, and debates about how to remember the dictatorship. The Catalan independence movement would re-emerge strongly in the 2010s, with massive demonstrations and an illegal referendum in 2017, reflecting unresolved tensions between Spanish national identity and regional identities that go back to the Bourbon centralization of the 18th century and Franco's suppression of the 20th. The economic crisis of 2008 to 2014 hit Spain particularly hard, revealing structural weaknesses in its economy, producing youth unemployment over 50%, and straining the social fabric. Political corruption scandals involving both major parties in the 2010s damaged trust in institutions and led to the emergence of new parties like Podemos on the left and Ciudadanos in the center, fragmenting the two-party system. Spain's story isn't finished. Its unique history, medieval convivencia, global empire, Inquisition and expulsions, Enlightenment and reaction, civil war and dictatorship, miraculous transition, continues to shape debates about identity, memory, and the future. We arrive now at contemporary Spain, the Spain of the 21st century, a nation that has traveled an extraordinary distance from the isolation and poverty of Franco's dictatorship to become one of Europe's major economies and most vibrant democracies. Yet this modern Spain still grapples with questions rooted deep in its unique history. The issues that occupy Spanish politics and society today, debates about national versus regional identity, the contested memory of the civil war and dictatorship, economic inequality, the role of the monarchy, all have roots that stretch back through the centuries we've explored together. Spain's difference from the rest of Europe isn't just historical curiosity, it's a living reality that continues to shape how Spaniards understand themselves and their place in the world. Let us trace these final decades and reflect on what Spain's remarkable journey reveals about history, identity, and the possibility of transformation. Modern Spain and the weight of history. The early 2000s saw Spain emerge as a confident, prosperous nation under center-right Prime Minister José María Aznar, 1996 to 2004, who presided over strong economic growth, low unemployment, and Spain's full integration into European institutions. Spain adopted the euro in 1999 as one of the founding members of the Eurozone, symbolizing its economic integration with Europe. Spanish companies expanded globally, Santander and BBVA became international banking giants, Telefónica competed worldwide in telecommunications, Inditex, owner of Zara, became one of the world's largest fashion retailers, Spanish construction and engineering firms won contracts around the world. Real estate development boomed, transforming Spanish cities and coastlines with new construction. Tourism continued to grow. By the mid-2000s, Spain was receiving over 50 million foreign visitors annually, making it one of the world's top tourist destinations. The socialist government under José Luis Rodríguez Zapatero, 2004 to 2011, legalized same-sex marriage in 2005, making Spain only the third country in the world to do so, demonstrating how far Spanish society had moved from Franco's conservative Catholic orthodoxy. Spain seemed to have successfully modernized while maintaining its cultural distinctiveness, flamenco, bullfighting, though increasingly controversial, regional festivals, cuisine that was experiencing international recognition with chefs like Ferran Adrià revolutionizing gastronomy. But beneath this prosperity, vulnerabilities were building that would be exposed by economic crisis. The global financial crisis that began in 2007 to 2008 hit Spain with devastating force, revealing that much of Spain's economic miracle had been built on unsustainable foundations, particularly a massive real estate bubble fueled by cheap credit, speculative construction, and the assumption that property prices would rise indefinitely. When the bubble burst, the consequences were severe. Major banks had to be rescued with public funds and European assistance, unemployment soared from about 8% in 2007 to over 26% by 2013, with youth unemployment exceeding 50%. Thousands of families lost homes to foreclosure. Construction companies that had employed millions went bankrupt. Government finances collapsed as tax revenues plummeted and spending on unemployment benefits surged, forcing Spain to accept European oversight and implement harsh austerity measures, cutting public sector wages, reducing social services, raising taxes, and reforming labor markets. The crisis lasted from 2008 to roughly 2014, representing Spain's worst economic period since the transition to democracy. The social costs were immense. A generation of young Spaniards saw their career prospects devastated, many emigrating to find work in Germany, Britain, or Latin America. Poverty increased, inequality widened, and faith in political institutions and the economic system was severely damaged. The economic crisis spawned social movements and political upheaval. In May 2011, the 15M movement, or Indignados, indignant ones, emerged, massive protests that occupied central squares in Madrid, Barcelona, and other cities, with demonstrators camping out for weeks demanding real democracy now, protesting austerity, unemployment, political corruption, and a two-party system that had dominated since the transition. The movement, inspired partly by the Arab Spring and Occupy Wall Street, represented frustration especially among young people who felt the existing political system didn't represent them, that austerity was unjust, and that the crisis revealed the failure of both major parties, the center-right PP, Popular Party, and center-left PSOE, Socialist Party. While the 15M camps eventually dispersed, the movement had lasting political effects, contributing to the emergence of Podemos, a new left-wing party founded in 2014 that challenged the established political order and quickly gained substantial electoral support. Similarly, Ciudadanos, Citizens, originally a Catalan party, expanded nationally as a centrist alternative. The two-party system that had provided stability since the 1980s fragmented into a more complex multi-party landscape, making coalition governments necessary and political consensus harder to achieve, a return, in some ways, to the political fragmentation that had characterized earlier periods of Spanish history. Meanwhile, the economic crisis coincided with a dramatic resurgence of Catalan nationalism. Catalonia, which had regained substantial autonomy after Franco through the 1978 Constitution and its Statute of Autonomy, saw a massive surge in support for independence during the 2010s, transforming what had been a relatively fringe position into a mainstream political movement supported by roughly half the Catalan population. Multiple factors drove this: economic grievance. Catalonia, as one of Spain's wealthiest regions, contributed more in taxes to the central government than it received back, and during the economic crisis this fiscal imbalance became a major source of resentment, political frustration. The Spanish Constitutional Court struck down parts of a reformed Catalan Statute of Autonomy in 2010 that had been approved by both the Catalan and Spanish parliaments and by Catalan referendum, which many Catalans saw as Spanish institutions blocking legitimate regional self-governance, cultural and linguistic identity. Despite autonomy, many Catalans felt their language and culture weren't sufficiently recognized or protected by Spain, and emotional momentum, massive peaceful demonstrations, particularly the annual Diada, Catalan National Day, rallies that drew hundreds of thousands and eventually over 1 million participants, created a sense of movement and possibility. On November 9, 2014, Catalonia held a non-binding consultation on independence despite Spanish government opposition, with 80% voting yes, though turnout was only 37%. In September 2017, the Catalan Parliament passed a law calling for a referendum on October 1, which the Spanish Constitutional Court declared illegal. The referendum proceeded anyway, marked by Spanish police violence against voters that shocked many observers, with the Catalan government claiming victory based on partial results. On October 27, 2017, the Catalan Parliament declared independence, and the Spanish government immediately invoked Article 155 of the Constitution, suspending Catalan autonomy, dissolving the parliament, and arresting several Catalan leaders while President Carles Puigdemont fled to Belgium. The Catalan crisis revealed deep, unresolved tensions in Spanish national identity. The Catalan independence crisis of 2017 represented the most serious threat to Spanish territorial integrity since the transition to democracy and revealed how Spain's unique history of regional diversity, suppressed under Franco, accommodated but not resolved by the 1978 Constitution, remains a source of tension. The crisis polarized Spanish society between those who viewed Catalan independence claims as legitimate expression of self-determination versus those who saw it as illegal separatism threatening Spanish unity. The Spanish government's response: police violence during the referendum, arrest and prosecution of Catalan leaders on charges of sedition and rebellion, suspension of Catalan autonomy, was criticized by human rights organizations and many European observers as disproportionate, yet it had strong support among many Spaniards who prioritized national unity. The crisis also revealed the fragility of Spain's territorial arrangement. If Catalonia, one of Spain's most prosperous and historically integrated regions, sought independence, what about the Basque Country, where nationalism, though violent in ETA's era, had generally pursued autonomy within Spain rather than independence, but where separatist sentiment also existed? The crisis wasn't resolved so much as frozen. Catalan autonomy was eventually restored, new elections held, but the fundamental question of Catalonia's place in Spain remained contested. Some saw parallels to Scotland's independence movement within the UK, but Spain's constitution, unlike Britain's, doesn't explicitly provide for regional secession, making Spain's challenge more intractable. Spain also began confronting its unresolved past in new ways. In the 21st century, Spain has increasingly grappled with the legacy of the Civil War and Franco dictatorship in ways that challenged the Pact of Forgetting that enabled the transition to democracy. In 2007, the government passed the Law of Historical Memory, officially condemning the Franco regime, providing some recognition and compensation to victims, and mandating the removal of Francoist symbols from public spaces. This sparked intense debate between those who felt Spain needed to confront its past honestly versus those who feared reopening Civil War wounds. Organizations began systematically exhuming mass graves from the Civil War era. Estimates suggest over 100,000 bodies remain in unmarked graves throughout Spain, victims of nationalist repression during and after the war. Families of the disappeared seek remains of loved ones and proper burial. In 2019, Franco's remains were exhumed from the Valley of the Fallen, a massive monument built by Republican prisoners' forced labor, and reburied in a family crypt, removing what critics saw as a shrine to dictatorship from a place of honor. In 2022, the government passed a new democratic memory law that went further, declaring the Franco regime illegal, creating an official census of victims, and establishing truth and investigation mechanisms. These efforts remain controversial, while many, especially on the left, see them as necessary justice and historical reckoning. Others, especially on the right, view them as reopening old wounds and imposing a one-sided historical narrative. Unlike Germany with Nazism or Eastern Europe with communism, Spain never had a clear moment of reckoning with its authoritarian past, and the delayed confrontation remains contentious. Spain's monarchy, restored by Franco and crucial to the transition, has faced its own challenges. King Juan Carlos I, who facilitated Spain's transition to democracy and was widely respected for his role in defeating the 1981 coup attempt, saw his reputation collapse in the 2010s due to scandals involving financial corruption and personal conduct. In 2012, revelations emerged about a luxury elephant hunting safari in Botswana during Spain's economic crisis, which seemed tone-deaf given widespread Spanish suffering. More seriously, investigations revealed that Juan Carlos had received millions of euros in undeclared gifts from Saudi Arabia, allegedly deposited in Swiss bank accounts, raising questions about corruption. In 2014, Juan Carlos abdicated in favor of his son Felipe VI, hoping to preserve the monarchy by removing himself. Felipe VI, who became king at age 46, has attempted to modernize and distance the monarchy from scandal, but revelations about his father's finances continued. In 2020, Felipe renounced his inheritance from Juan Carlos and removed his father's public allowance. In August 2020, Juan Carlos left Spain for Abu Dhabi, effectively in self-imposed exile, though he wasn't criminally charged due to legal immunity for acts during his reign. The monarchy's approval ratings, which had been high during the transition era, declined significantly. While most Spaniards still support the monarchy, around 60 to 65% in polls, a significant minority, particularly younger people and those on the left, favor a republic. The monarchy's future depends partly on whether Felipe VI can restore its credibility and partly on whether Spaniards continue to value the institution's role in the transition and stability or see it as an anachronism incompatible with modern democracy. Spain's recent politics has seen further fragmentation and the rise of new forces. The 2015 and subsequent elections produced increasingly fragmented parliaments, making coalition governments necessary but difficult to form given ideological differences between parties. In 2018, a no-confidence vote brought socialist Pedro Sánchez to power without elections, leading a minority government dependent on support from various parties including Catalan and Basque nationalists. New elections in 2019, held twice that year, in April and November, because no government could be formed after the first, eventually produced another socialist-led coalition government, this time with Podemos, marking the first coalition government in Spain since the transition. Meanwhile, a new far-right party, Vox, emerged in 2018 to 2019, winning significant parliamentary representation for the first time since the transition. Its platform emphasized Spanish nationalism, opposition to Catalan and regional nationalism, traditional Catholic values, anti-immigration positions, and nostalgia for certain aspects of pre-transition Spain, though it officially rejected Franco's dictatorship. Vox's success reflected similar trends across Europe, the rise of right-wing populist parties in response to immigration, economic insecurity, and perceived threats to national identity. The fragmented party system made Spanish politics more unstable and polarized than during the consensus politics of the transition era. Coalition negotiations became protracted, government majorities were narrow and dependent on small parties, and ideological divisions over regional autonomy, historical memory, and economic policy made consensus difficult. Despite challenges, Spain has shown remarkable resilience. Spain's economy recovered from the 2008 to 2014 crisis, with growth resuming, unemployment falling from its peak of 26% to around 13% by 2019, though still high by European standards, and many of the reforms implemented during the crisis improving productivity and competitiveness. Spain successfully managed the COVID-19 pandemic, 2020 to 2021, after initial difficulties, implementing lockdowns and vaccination campaigns. Tourism recovered as the pandemic eased. Spain continues to be a major global economy, the fourth largest in the EU and 14th in the world, with strengths in renewable energy, tourism, agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Spanish culture continues to have global influence. The Spanish language is spoken by over 500 million people, making it the world's second most spoken native language. Spanish cinema, television, with series like Money Heist gaining international audiences, literature, and music reach global audiences. Spanish cuisine is celebrated worldwide, and Spain ranks consistently among the world's most visited countries. More fundamentally, Spanish democracy has proven resilient. It has survived economic crisis, terrorism. ETA ended its armed campaign in 2011, and Spain suffered jihadist terrorist attacks in 2004 and 2017 but remained democratic. Political corruption scandals, the Catalan crisis, and pandemic, maintaining its democratic institutions and civil liberties. For a country whose 20th century history was marked by dictatorship and civil war, this democratic stability represents a profound achievement. And so we arrive at the end of our journey through Spain's history, a journey that has taken us from Paleolithic caves to 21st century democracy, from Roman Hispania to Islamic Al-Andalus, from global empire to isolation and back to European integration, from civil war to peaceful transition. What have we learned about why Spain's history is so different from the rest of Europe? Spain's difference begins with geography, a peninsula at Europe's edge but touching Africa, isolated by the Pyrenees but open to the Mediterranean and Atlantic. This position made it a crossroads, a meeting place of peoples and ideas from three continents. Spain's difference was shaped by 8 centuries of Islamic rule that transformed the peninsula in ways no other Western European territory experienced. While France, England, and Germany were developing their own distinct identities as Christian, feudal kingdoms, Spain was Al-Andalus, a sophisticated, multi-religious, urban civilization that preserved and transmitted the learning of antiquity while Europe's dark ages persisted. The expulsion of Jews and Muslims in the late 15th and early 17th centuries ended this pluralism but couldn't erase its influence in architecture, language, agriculture, and the Spanish soul. Spain's difference was magnified by its global empire, acquired almost accidentally through Columbus's miscalculation. For 3 centuries, while other European nations focused on consolidating power within Europe, Spain's attention and resources flowed outward, to Mexico and Peru, to Manila and Havana. This created wealth but also dependency, a focus on extraction rather than production, and eventually, catastrophic overextension. Spain learned that empires built on silver rather than productivity are built on sand. Spain's difference was deepened by its failure to modernize when others did, maintaining feudal social structures into the industrial age, stigmatizing commerce and innovation, enforcing religious orthodoxy through the Inquisition while Northern Europe developed more tolerant, pluralistic societies. By the 19th century, Spain's difference had become a problem, a source of national anxiety rather than pride. Spain's difference culminated in the 20th century with a brutal civil war that was both uniquely Spanish and a preview of Europe's broader conflicts, a war that established a dictatorship lasting decades while the rest of Western Europe built democracies. Franco's Spain was frozen while Europe moved forward, isolated while Europe integrated, impoverished while Europe prospered. And yet, Spain's story doesn't end in tragedy. The peaceful transition to democracy after Franco's death represents one of the most remarkable political transformations of the 20th century. Spain moved from dictatorship to democracy without revolution, without purges, through negotiation and compromise, the Spanish model, that other nations transitioning from authoritarianism have studied and sometimes emulated. Today's Spain is no longer an outlier, no longer fundamentally different from Europe. It is integrated into the European Union, NATO, and international institutions. It is a prosperous democracy with living standards comparable to other Western European nations. Spanish youth travel and work across Europe. Spanish culture contributes to global conversations. Yet Spain's unique history continues to matter. The debates about Catalan independence reflect centuries of tension between centralization and regional diversity. The delayed reckoning with civil war memory reflects the compromise that enabled democratic transition. The economic vulnerabilities revealed in the 2008 crisis connect to structural problems with roots in Spain's economic history. The monarchy's legitimacy questions reflect ambivalence about institutions restored by dictatorship. Spain's difference isn't a deficit to overcome, it's a distinctive identity forged through unique historical experiences. Spain has been shaped by Islamic civilization, global empire, religious pluralism and its violent suppression, late modernization, civil war, and miraculous democratic rebirth. This history makes Spain what it is, not better or worse than other European nations, simply different, with its own character, challenges, and contributions. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you'll dream of this remarkable nation, of Roman aqueducts and Moorish palaces, of conquistadors and explorers, of civil war's tragedy and democracy's triumph. Dream of a people who have survived empire's rise and fall, dictatorship's darkness, and emerged into democratic light. Dream of a nation still writing its story, still negotiating what it means to be both Spanish and European, both united and diverse, both shaped by history and creating its future. Spain's journey reminds us that nations, like people, are shaped by their past but not imprisoned by it. That transformation is possible. That even after centuries of one path, new directions can be chosen. That history's weight can be acknowledged without being crushing, that it can inform without determining. Spain is different from the rest of Europe because Spain is Spain, forged through unique experiences into something that belongs fully neither to Europe nor to Africa nor to the Americas, but somehow to all three while remaining distinctively itself. And perhaps that's the deepest lesson, that difference isn't a problem to solve but a reality to celebrate, that multiple paths through history are possible, and that each nation's unique journey contributes to the rich diversity of human experience. Rest now, and let Spain's story settle into your dreams, a story of resilience, transformation, and the enduring human capacity to change, to grow, and to overcome even the heaviest burdens of history.